morning, everyone. For our honorable Chief Guest, Director of IIT Gandhinagar, Professor Pradeep, Dean of Student Affairs, Professor Shivapriya, our respectful faculty members who also happen to be the jury for today's session, and Secretariat and Executive Board members and my dear delegates. I am Mohammed Yuvamanthan, the Secretary of Awam, Society Politics and Debate Club, is really delighted to welcome you all to IIT Gandhinagar, Yuvamanthan. The Yuvamanthan Model United Nations is a part of a broader initiative that engages youths in a global dialogue on international diplomacy, leadership, and collective responsibility. With committees like COP29, United Nations Climate Change Conference, and the All India Political Party Meet, students of IIT Gandhinagar today will engage in discussions on climate change, national policies, and global challenges, dealing with the critical issues shaping our future. In our first committee of COP29, we will witness important discussions by students representing diplomats of many developing and developed countries on global climate action, sustainable development, and environmental cooperation. Meanwhile, in the second committee of All India Political Party Meet, will feature leading Indian politicians deliberating on environmental priorities of the country, their impact at the state level, and the national policy framework addressing the critical concerns of our nation. Now, without further delay, I would like to invite our General Secretary of the Student Council to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So it is my great honor to welcome you all here. Hello sir, Respected Director sir, and jury members, thank you for coming. So we are gathered here today to embark on a journey of diplomacy, debate, and dialogue with a shared commitment to addressing one of the most pressing issues of our time, that is climate change. So please have a good time and let's start. I request Director sir to please share his words.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. All the students, Secretary Awam, as well as Culture Secretary, and all the faculty members, staff members. Today, as we are inaugurating Yuvamanthan, and especially the Model United Nations, I think it's a very interesting time, since there are many pressing issues which are actually, as we know, are plaguing the world today. Environment is one of them. And ironically, war is another one, right? I mean, in United Nations was created in the context of avoiding the wars. And for a long time, they actually did a great job, right? But then there are issues which are beyond their control, and I think again we are at that crossroads where something important has to be done so that things don't go out of control. There are various other issues which are plaguing the nations. Okay, economy is one of them. Many advanced countries are facing a major breakdown economies, and in general, the tolerance levels of people are reducing, right? And that's quite clear. For example, the democratic nations all over the world are facing a problem where, the elections are fought not on the electoral issues, but on methods and measures to scuttle the electoral issues, putting people into a different track and bring the elections or bring the things on the emotional issues. I see, a lot of countries being represented here, and I also see a lot of Indian politicians being represented here. In fact, I was kind of surprised when I started looking the names, and I said, are people going to come in here with what is happening? But nevertheless, I think it's important to see, it's encouraging to see that people are actually taking part into such kind of activities where notionally they are representing the countries and the politicians. Without much beyond this, I think I wish everybody to have a great time, and indulge into issue. And I believe it is today we are talking of lifetime or lifestyles for environment, changing our lifestyles so that we can be more environmental friendly and all that. And as most of you probably would know, the way IIT Gandhinagar itself has taken that torch high to keep environmental issues supreme and look at the things so that we can ourselves contribute to, so-called carbon positive and also sustainable environment in this small hamlet of ours. So with this, I once again wish everybody all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I humbly request our director, sir, to ceremonially open the event by beating it on the table. So, officially open. Now we can go forward for the photography session.
I'll just wish all the best. Yeah, I also, when I came inside the room, I was very delighted to see all the great leaders and our countries represented in a high number. So I wish you all the very best. Have very fruitful discussions, and I thank Professor Mona for being here to support all of us. I'll come in between, and I will also attend a few of your sessions to enjoy the way. Thank you. You go for a group photograph?
Yes, under it.
everyone. Welcome to the session of COP29, Conference of Parties 29. Can we have this committee? I'll be your chair, Monica Sharma, and I have my co-chairs with me, Yuvamanthan and Yash. And also the jury members. They'll be judging you on the parameters, the content of your speech, how you answer your questions, what are your questions, and following the same criteria. For the chip passing area, Divya and Tejaswini will be there to help you out. If there is any question you want to ask, then we can. Is there any question on the group? Right? No, we'll start. Any questions on the floor? Delegate of China, yes.
Delegate of China wants to establish a general speakers list, total time 15 minutes, and each speaker has 1 minute.
Delegate of India, do you have any question? Yes. India.
Delegate of Republic of India wants to establish general speaker list for total time 22 minutes and 30 seconds, with each speaker time being 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Do we have any other motion on the floor? Yes, Delegate of France.
I, Delegate of Republic of France, want to establish a general speaker list in topic as lifestyle for environment for time being 25 minutes. Each speaker get 1 minute 35 seconds.
What is the total time that you mentioned?
Total time is 25 minutes.
10 minutes. All right. Delegates, we have 3 motions on the floor. I think that they are enough. We'll have voting for all 3 motions. Whatever passes, we'll go ahead with that. First one was presented by Delegate of China, mentioning total time being 15 minutes. All the motions are related to general speakers list. That is the opening statement I will be making. Delegate of China said total time being 15 minutes and each speaker's time being 1 minute. Delegates who are in favor of the motion. Okay. Now we have second motion on the floor. That is presented by Delegate of India, mentioning 22 minutes for total time and each speaker's time being 1 minute 30 seconds. Delegates in favor of motion. Third motion is presented by Delegate of France, mentioning total time being 25 minutes, each speaker's time being 1 minute 35 seconds. Delegates in favor of motion. Alright, delegates, the motion presented by Delegate of India passes. We'll be starting with the general speakers list. Delegate of India, do you want to be the first speaker or the last one?
First.
Alright. Delegates who want to speak in general speakers list: Russia, followed by Bhutan, followed by UAE, followed by France, UK, France followed by UK, UK followed by China, China followed by Brazil, Brazil followed by USA, and USA followed by South Korea. South Korea after that Australia, South Africa, and Canada. If you want me to repeat the sequence, let me know. First we have Delegate of India, then Russia, Bhutan, followed by UAE, followed by France, followed by UK, followed by China, followed by Brazil, followed by USA, USA followed by South Korea, followed by Australia, South Africa, and the last speaker is Canada. Delegate of India, you have the floor for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Honorable delegates, today I stand here representing a nation that understands both the urgency and opportunity to address climate change. At COP28, India demonstrated our commitment to leading global efforts in climate action. As we look ahead for COP29, India invites the global community to join in our shared commitment to a sustainable future. India is accelerating its renewable energy goals, aiming to achieve 500 gigawatt of installed capacity by 2030 and net zero by 2070. India targets a 45% reduction in emission intensity of its GDP by 2030 from 2005 levels. India is leading the way in developing and investing in renewable energy infrastructure, including solar, wind, and bioenergy. We urge developed nations to deliver on climate finance, ensuring equitable support for mitigation and adaptation efforts in developing countries. We also urge nations to support technology transfer, enabling access to clean technologies that will accelerate the energy transition and ensure climate equity for all countries. India is dedicated to promoting sustainable development, especially in fragile ecosystems. We stand before you with the vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the belief that the world is one family and calls for deeper collaboration in global initiatives.
Thank you, Delegate of India. Next up, we have Delegate of Russia, followed by Bhutan. So I request Bhutan to be ready. Also, the floor is open for chits. If you have any point of information for the speeches made by the delegates, you can share it by email.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Russian Federation acknowledges the gravity of climate crisis and the importance of Conference of Parties 29. Russia, being the fourth largest emitter of greenhouse gases, has reduced its emissions by approximately 30% from 1991. Russia, which holds 20% of world's forests, views sustainable forest management as an integral solution. Our forests alone absorb 500 million tons of CO2 annually. We also affirm to commit to pragmatic, scientifically grounded approaches to climate change. Russia believes that the change in climate, which arises in such deep connections in our financial structure of geopolitics, needs time and efforts. The ongoing efforts to deploy clean energy technologies, including advanced nuclear reactors and technologies for carbon capture and storage, have been implemented in Russia. Russia Federation views this climate change as a path in which all countries need to put equal efforts. The problem in the climate change, as in mentioned in Paris agreements, have arisen after a lot of years. These issues continue to persist and can only be solved by collaboration of all the countries. I request you all to let's unite and forge a way towards a cleaner and greener environment with using the scientific technologies and paving a new path for the future generation. The Russian Federation would like to commit to this ongoing strive for a climate cleaner and cleaner. Thank you.
We have Delegate of Bhutan next up, followed by Delegate of UAE.
Honorable delegates, let me start by making one thing absolutely clear. Bhutan does not just talk about climate action, we live it. While many nations are still debating about how to cut emissions, Bhutan is already carbon negative. Yes, carbon negative. We absorb more carbon than we produce, something very few countries can claim of. Our constitutions mandate that we maintain at least 60% of our land under forest cover. But we didn't stop there. Today, more than 70% of Bhutan is covered in forest, serving as a powerful carbon sink. This is not a small gesture. This is deliberate, sustainable strategy that reflects our respect for nature and our commitment for future generations. Bhutan runs on clean energy. Nearly all our electricity comes from hydropower that is renewable, reliable, environmental sound. And we didn't keep it to ourselves. The surplus energy we generate close to our neighbors, reducing their emissions. Our contribution goes beyond borders. Then there is our biodiversity. Over 50% of Bhutan is protected land. These are not just figures on papers. These are ecosystems that play a crucial role in the global fight against climate change. So yes, Bhutan is small, but in fight against climate change, our action speaks far louder than our size. We have proved that it is possible to develop, to thrive without sacrificing the environment. We don't just talk about being responsible global citizens, we show that work it is done.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate of Bhutan. Delegate of UAE, you have the floor now. Followed by Delegate of France.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. I am honored to speak today about the United Arab Emirates' proactive role in climate action and sustainability. As a representative of the UAE, I am proud to share our nation's commitment to a sustainable future. In November 2023, the UAE hosted the 20th United Nations Climate Conference of the Parties, COP28, where 198 countries gathered to drive a global transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. This event culminated in the UAE Consensus, a historic agreement that accelerated global climate action. We reaffirmed our commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, making the UAE the first Gulf nation to set such a target. Our leadership in renewable energy is demonstrated through significant investments in solar power and green hydrogen, with projects like Masdar City as models of sustainable urban development. The UAE has also been a strong advocate for climate finance, pushing for increased support for developing nations, recognizing the importance of equity in addressing climate challenges. Additionally, we lead efforts in carbon capture and green hydrogen, positioning ourselves as innovators in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. A just energy transition is central to our strategy, ensuring that economic growth and environmental sustainability are balanced. In closing, the UAE's role in COP28 reflects our dual commitment as a major energy producer and a leader in the clean energy transition, setting the path for a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of UAE. Now, Delegate of France, you have the floor. Followed by Delegate of United Kingdom.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, honorable delegates et distinguished representatives. Republic of France has long been a global leader in the fight against climate change. As one of the key architects of the Paris Agreement 2015, which is COP21, France played a crucial role in establishing an international framework to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Today, the Paris Agreement is supported by 190 plus countries, all united in keeping global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius, which is our pre-industrial level. France has committed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and has already made significant progress. As one of the largest contributors to the Green Climate Fund, France has pledged £6 billion and including a commitment of $1 billion specifically to the climate financing. In energy sector, nuclear energy has been instrumental in reducing France's carbon emission. As of 2023, nuclear power generation is 60+% for our country's people. France is the world's second largest producer of the nuclear power. 17% of all nuclear energy produced is by the nuclear waste, 17% to be exact. Nuclear energy operates at an efficiency of around 60 to 80%, providing a constant, reliable source of electricity in contrast to solar and wind energy, which operate at average efficiency of 15 to 30%. That is why France continues to advocate for nuclear energy, which is a clean energy. Merci beaucoup, merci delegate, merci president. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of France. Next up, we have Delegate of United Kingdom, followed by Delegate of China.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Executive Board for giving me this opportunity to speak to you at the stage of COP29. Climate scientists have been warning all of us since the beginning of Industrial Revolution, and thus we now see alarming tipping points being reached. Despite all the tension, there is 30% more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than back in the 19th century, and almost 40% more methane. Let me be clear, the United Kingdom is totally committed to the net zero, the Paris Agreement, and to keep 1.5 alive. That's why we have decarbonized faster than any other major economy. London has pledged to go zero carbon by 2050. The London Green Fund has been set up to invest in schemes that will cut the city's emissions. This £110 million invested is expected to leverage up to £1 billion worth of investment. Now our 2030 target means the deepest cuts of any major emitter, and we are determined to deliver. The United Kingdom is already one of the largest global climate donors, and we are tripling our adaptation finance. Last year, we announced a further £1.6 billion for the Green Climate Fund, the UK's biggest single international climate commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of United Kingdom. Next up, we have Delegate of China. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I, the delegate of People's Republic of China, am honored to stand before you at the COP29 summit. The dialogue surrounding sustainable development would be very complete without acknowledging China's pivotal role. We contribute approximately 30% in the global hydropower energy and around more than 40% in solar and wind energy production. We produce 80% of the global solar cell and solar panels. We are the largest consumer and producer of electric vehicles in the world. Also, we have many ambitious projects like the Great Green Wall project, and we have the largest carbon trade committee in the world. We target to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2060. We are undoubtedly the leader of the sustainable development of the world, and the sustainable future is unimaginable without our presence. So I urge all the nations present here to embrace our vision and join us in this noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of China. Next up, we have Delegate of Brazil, followed by Delegate of United States of America. Definitely.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates and friends from all around the globe. Bon dia and warm good morning to all of you. I stand before you today as a representative of Brazil, a nation deeply committed to fostering a sustainable lifestyle for the betterment of our planet. As we gather here under the theme Lifestyle for the Environment, we recognize the urgent need for a collective action. Brazil acknowledges its responsibility as a global leader and is dedicated to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adopting eco-friendly practices. Our country has made significant strides in renewable energy, with hydroelectric power being a cornerstone of our energy mix, with 84% of our electricity from renewable sources. We are expanding our investments in solar and wind energy, aiming for a cleaner and more sustainable future. However, I urge you to remember that mere words and resolutions are insufficient. We have witnessed countless agreements and commitments in the past, yet our progress remains inadequate. With a few years in front to achieve the sustainable development goals, it is imperative that all nations reassess their priorities. Our investment in climate action is far too less compared to our military spending. While we discuss sustainable lifestyles, part of the world suffer from loss of their life and environmental destruction while at home. Let us work together to create a better future where lifestyle choices align with environmental stewardship. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate of Brazil. Next up, we have Delegate of United States of America, followed by South Korea.
As President John F. Kennedy once said, the future is not a gift, it is an achievement. Distinguished delegates, today we stand at a critical juncture in human history, where our choices and actions will determine not only the future of our nations, but also the future of our planet. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is present, growing, and that demands the immediate and decisive actions. United States believe that our lifestyle must reflect the urgency of environmental preservation. Our way of life, from energy we consume to transportation we use, must evolve if we are here to meet the current moment. Clean energy innovation, sustainable consumption, and transition to circular economies are necessary pathways for achieving a safer, greener, and more equitable future for all. We call here every nation present to empower their citizens to make climate-conscious choices in their everyday lives. This global transformation is essential and it starts with each one of us. Let us make the green and clean energy the core aspect of our lifestyle, economics, and policies. The future of our planet depends on what we do today and together. United in purpose and vision, we can achieve this, and this time is for action. And the responsibility lies with all of us to ensure a lively and prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of USA. Next up, we have Delegate of South Korea, followed by Delegate of Australia.
Good morning, respected Chair, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. I'm deeply honored to represent the Republic of Korea in this crucial gathering. I would be leading from this. As a Korean, I'm still not able to think in English, so it's better for minimum space. We're to discuss one of the most pressing issues of our time. Our lifestyle can contribute to a sustainable environment. South Korea stands at a unique intersection of tradition and modernity. Our nation has rapidly transitioned from an agrarian society to a global leader in technology and innovation. Yet we recognize that economic progress must not come at the expense of our land itself. That's why South Korea is committed to promoting a lifestyle for environment, a concept that emphasizes the integration of sustainable practices into our daily life. We have taken significant steps toward this goal through our Green New Deal, which aims to transition our economy for renewable energy, green infrastructure, and sustainable consumption patterns. However, we understand that true change begins with individuals and communities adopting eco-friendly habits. It involves rethinking our daily choices, how we consume, how we travel, and how we interact with the environment. Today, I stand before you to share South Korea's vision and to learn from your experience. Together we can build a global movement where every citizen is empowered to make choices that not only benefit themselves but also contribute to a healthier, sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of South Korea. Next up, we have Delegate of Australia. Before that,
I encourage every delegate to use the mic and also keep check on the time.
and in addition to that, whenever you're replying to a chat, please mention that it is a reply and from which country to which country, right? After Australia, followed by South Africa, and followed by Canada.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Australia stands at the forefront of the global fight against climate change, recognizing the urgent need to protect our environment for future generations. Our commitment is not just limited to words, but backed by actions through compelling statistics and innovative policies. Firstly, Australia has made a significant stride in the renewable energy adoption. As of 2024, 35% of our total electric energy comes from renewable sources. Our ambitious target is to reach up to 82% renewable electricity by 2030. In terms of biodiversity conservation, Australia is home to over 600,000 species of plants and animals, many of which are nowhere found else on Earth. To protect this unique biodiversity, we are committed to conserving 30% of our land and 30% of our oceans by 2030. Our efforts extend to reducing emissions. We have pledged to cut greenhouse gases by 43% up to 2030 and achieve a net zero emissions by 2050. To support this, we are investing $20 billion in our electricity grid and have implemented a carbon pricing mechanism. However, we recognize that climate change is a global challenge requiring collective action, and the time for action is now. Together we can create a cleaner environment and more sustainable world for the future generations.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Australia. Delegate of South Africa, you have the floor now, followed by Delegate of Canada.
Chairperson, EB members, and my esteemed delegate friends. So, I stand here today not only as the representative of South Africa, but as the voice of the entire African continent. I bring the hopes and concerns and aspirations of African nations who are rich in diversity yet united by the pressing issue known as climate change. South Africa, like much of Africa, is experiencing devastating effects of climate firsthand. First thing, the global temperature is rising, and South Africa has experienced it by 1.5 degree in last 50 years. There are 46 plus challenges which are acknowledged and need to be immediately solved. Our government is not idle, and in 2019 we introduced the Carbon Act Tax, which is a bold step at reducing the greenhouse emissions while promoting cleaner industries. Through renewable energy independent power producer procurement program, we added 6,000 megawatt of clean energy. That's a big number and pretty big for a developing nation. So, on the global stage, the South Africa remains steadfast in commitments under the Paris Agreement. We have pledged to peak our emissions between 2020 to 2025. Our national challenge adaptation launched in 2020 aligns with the global objectives while addressing the challenges we are facing as a developing nation. However, let's not lose the sight of historical context, as the developed nations have unrestrictedly done the industrialization and today we are facing the consequences. So there should be a principle of common but differentiated responsibility. Let's work together honoring our commitments. As in South Africa we say Ubuntu, I am because we are, and I want to thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Delegate of South Africa. Next up we have Delegate of Canada.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The Delegate of Canada is honored to address this assembly about the environmental issues that need immediate attention. Like most other countries, Canada is also grappling with pressing challenges of climate change. However, our recent developments uphold our unwavering commitments towards combating climate change, preserving biodiversity, and fostering sustainable growth. Since a long time, Canada has been committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, transitioning to a low-carbon economy. In this regard, the government has set a goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. As a result, Canada is actively investing in renewable energy sources with a particular emphasis on wind, solar, and hydroelectric power. Another critical challenge is environmental degradation. Canada is warming at twice average global rate. As a result, there is increase in floods, wildfires, and it contributes to alarming sea level rise. The Peary caribou, which is found almost exclusively in Canada, is endangered. To meet this challenge, Canadian government is working relentlessly, and we have managed to conserve 10% of our marine areas and 14% of our terrestrial areas in the recent years. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment towards working together for a greener and more sustainable world for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Canada. With this, we come to the end of journal speakers list. Do we have any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Russia.
Delegate of Russia would like to raise a moderated caucus. Delegate of Russia would like to raise a moderated caucus for total time being 30 minutes, with each speaker's time being 1 minute 30 seconds on the topic clean energy. Clean energy.
Also, delegates, we are suspending shifts for until the further notice. Do we have any other motion on the floor? Yes, Delegate of UAE.
The delegate of United Arab Emirates wants to establish a moderated caucus for 20 minutes, with each speaker getting 1 minute each on the topic sustainable urban development.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Canada.
Delegate of Canada wants to establish a moderated caucus on the topic cleaner energy for a total time of 40 minutes, with each speaker's timing 2 minutes.
All right, and Delegate of Russia almost raised the same point, clean energy. You guys could combine that. Yes, delegate of France. Same. Delegate of UK.
Delegate of United Kingdom wants to establish a moderated caucus. Total time being 30 minutes, with each speaker's time being 1 minute 30 seconds, on the topic of climate finance.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Delegates, we have 3 motions on the floor. We vote for them. The first motion that has been raised for moderated caucus is by Russia on the topic clean energy for total time being 30 minutes and each speaker's time 1 minute 30 seconds. Delegates in favor of the motion? Thank you so much, delegates. Next up, we have another motion put forward by a delegate of United Arab Emirates for the moderated caucus. Topic on sustainable urban development. Total time being 20 minutes. Each speaker's time being 1 minute. Delegates in favor of motion? All right. The third topic has been raised by a delegate of United Kingdom. Total time being 30 minutes. Each speaker's time being 1 minute 30 seconds. On the topic climate finance. Right. Delegates, the motion put forward by delegate of Russia passes. Total time being 30 minutes, each speaker's time being 1 minute 30 seconds, and the topic being clean energy. Delegate of Russia, do you want to be the first speaker or the last? No more chits. We are not expecting or any more chits. Okay. These are the last chits. Delegates who wants to speak in the moderated caucus for the topic being clean energy. Yes, yes. Yeah. Delegate of UK, Canada, Bhutan, United States, China, South Korea, UAE, Brazil, France, India, South Africa, Australia. The sequence is Russia followed by UK, UK followed by Canada, Canada followed by Bhutan, Bhutan followed by US, followed by China, followed by South Korea, followed by UAE, followed by Brazil, followed by France, followed by India, followed by South Africa, followed by Australia, and then Russia is the last speaker. Delegate of United Kingdom, you have the floor.
To deliver our clean power mission, United Kingdom will work with the private sector to develop onshore wind, triple solar power and quadruple offshore wind by 2030. We will invest in carbon capture and storage, hydrogen and marine energy and ensure we have the long-term energy storage our country needs. A new Energy Independence Act will establish the framework for United Kingdom's energy and climate policies. Families and businesses will have lower bills for good from a zero carbon electricity system. We have chosen this mission not because it is easy, but because working people can never again be left vulnerable to dictators like Putin. The Clean Energy Mission Board, chaired by the Energy Secretary and attended by the ministers from all across the Whitehall, as part of the plans for a mission-driven government. The board will meet to ensure a relentless focus on delivering the mission of clean power by 2030 and accelerating towards net zero. Funding will accelerate the delivery of clean, cheap, low-carbon electricity to families and businesses generated by renewable energy sources such as wind turbines and solar panels. Milman, our Energy Secretary, recently announced the budget for this year's renewable energy auction is being increased to £500 million or to over £1.5 billion, a record budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of UK. Do we have any point of information for Delegate of UK? Yes, Delegate of Russia.
Your country has proven delays in clean energy projects due to being cost inefficient. What do you have to say about that?
I want a clear question. What do you mean by?
Russia, could you repeat your question?
The clean energy projects proposed by the UK are clearly not supported financially. Your country is not able to fund these projects properly. What do you have to say about that?
I just said that our Energy Secretary recently in July announced this year the auction has been increased by to 500 million to over 1.5 billion. I just said that. It's a record budget, it's never happened in the history of United Kingdom. And this mission will deliver clean power by 2030.
We'll have next point of information. You can ask your follow-up by chat. Delegate of France.
Honorable Delegate of UK, the United Kingdom government approved a new coal mine in Cumbria region in 2022 for the first time in 20 years, which has a massive environmental impact. How would you justify your COP21 commitment when you are opening a new coal mine in order to fuel your existing coal-based super thermal power plants?
I would like to answer this question and share.
Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom. Is there any mic that is not on? Check your mic.
Not answering?
He would answer through checks. He'll write the answer, we will pass it to him.
Yeah, because we have to evaluate.
Yes, we'll do. Keep the mic a little closer and try to be a little louder, right? Next up we have Delegate of Canada, followed by Delegate of Bhutan.
The topic raised is extremely relevant to my country, Canada. The environmental challenges regarding increasing carbon footprint are very real, and in recent years, Canada has taken significant steps towards promoting cleaner energy sources and sustainable practices. The government has set ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Canada is actively investing in renewable energy sources, and the focus is on wind, solar and hydroelectric power with the goal to double the energy efficiency by 2030. As of 2023, approximately 80% of Canada's electricity is generated from non-emitting sources. We have increased our installed solar capacity by 200% since 2015, with over 4,500 megawatts now in operation. The Canadian government also aims to achieve 100% zero net energy grid by 2035. In reference to the global methane pledge, Canada aims to reduce methane emissions from oil and gas by at least 75% and that from landfills by 50% by 2030. The carbon pricing system creates incentives for individuals, households and businesses to choose cleaner options. The government has taken initiatives to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies and redirect those funds towards renewable energy projects. So despite the challenge being crucial in today's time, Canada strives to work towards its commitment for a cleaner and greener world.
And Delegate of Canada. Yes, Delegate of USA. I hope it's a point of information. Okay.
So, take the mic.
Yeah, so Canada has pledged to reduce emissions but continues to expand its oil sands production. How your government can reconcile expanding fossil fuel production with meeting ambitious climate targets?
So Canada has recently started phasing out the subsidies of oil and gas and fossil fuels too. In June, only Canada has announced the schemes to do so. So the numbers might not have come forth yet, but Canada is really working on that at the moment.
Thank you so much. Let's have France.
Honorable Delegate of Canada, tar sand extraction, which is the most energy intensive and environmentally destructive fossil fuel operations, production has been rose by 15% from 1990 to 2023. Like, how are you weighing this with your environmental goals?
So recently we have allocated the low carbon economy fund, and that is tackling with this problem recently.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate of Canada. Delegates, the floor is open for chits again. Plus, if you want, Delegate of UK, all the answers that you have mentioned that you'll be answering via chit. Also, when you're mentioning via EV, also add via EV. Right? Okay. Any point of order? Also mention your to and from and to in your question as well as in your reply. And let the person know who's helping you out that this is a reply and this is a question. Right? Next up we have Delegate of Bhutan followed by United States of America.
So Bhutan has made remarkable strides in clean energy, generating nearly 100% of our energy from hydropower, which positions as one of the few carbon-emitting countries in the world, absorbing around 3 million tons of CO2 annually. While we actively absorb more CO2 than we emit, many other countries continue to increase their carbon footprints, while with global emissions surpassing 50 billion tons each year. We not only generate clean energy for our own needs, but we also export surplus hydropower approximately to 1,600 megawatts to our neighboring countries like India, which help them to reduce their carbon emissions around 10 million tons annually. In stark contrast, large nations that still rely heavily on fossil fuels, for instance, the US and China combined account for nearly 40% of global emissions, which exacerbates the climate crisis.
Points of information for Delegate of Bhutan. Yes, France.
Respected Honorable Delegate of Bhutan, you just had a collaboration with India for the hydropower project, which resulted in massive timber deforestation in the forested area between the border of the India and Bhutan, which also resulted in massive ecological disaster. And yet you claim to be carbon negative, but you are destroying forests days after days because of your ambitious hydropower project. Right? How are you weighing all these things?
So I answer it by
Oh, alright. Please mention via Judy as well, while mentioning via EV. Do we have any more point of information for USA?
So Bhutan's carbon negative depends on forest conservation. But recently, due to, as mentioned in your speech, what specific measures have been taken to address this potential future land uses conflicts as a population, and as also mentioned by France, what are your current statements?
So, like our constitutions and mandate that our country's land should be covered more than 60% from forest. We are still stick on it, and currently our 70% of our land is covered by forest, which is actively sinking the carbon emissions produced by other nations, and that is helping to reduce the climate actions, so climate change.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate of Bhutan. Next up, we have Delegate of USA followed by Delegate of China.
Distinguished delegates, as a delegate of United States of America, we emphasize the critical importance of clean energy innovations and technology advancement in combating climate change. Theme of COP29, Lifestyle for Environment, serves as a reminder that how we power our economy and structure our daily lives in order to mitigate the worst effects of the crisis. United States of America believes that advancing renewable energy solutions such as solar, wind, and energy storage is essential for building a sustainable and resilient future. We firmly believe that collaboration among nations is vital to overcome this challenge. We call on member nations to work together to reduce technological barriers and enhance access to clean energy innovation, especially for developing nations. In addition to reducing emissions, investing in clean energy unlocks substantial economic opportunities. Sustainable industries are composed to generate billions of jobs and improve energy independence as well as foster long-term economic resilience. By acting decisively on energy innovations, we not only mitigate the impact of climate change, but also unlock sustainable economic growth. We stand ready to lead and support nations in achieving a future that prioritizes both environment and well-being of the future.
Yes, Delegate of Russia.
You also mentioned you emphasize on helping developing countries, but yet the the climate finance promised by US still lacks, which is just 2% of what you are supposed to pay to developing countries as in the Paris Agreement. Also, you mentioned about moving towards a cleaner and energy sources, but yet your oil consumption has been increasing. Moreover, your export of oil has also been increasing. Although you have stopped importing from Russia, you still continue to set up more and more oil extraction plants in your country, which continue to increase the oil that is produced in your country everywhere.
Sorry to interrupt, Delegates, I would request you to keep your questions really short and also answers.
Yeah, so as mentioned to your questions, USA have taken multiple initiatives in order to deal with this problem. The first one is the Paris Agreement, where it was decided to reduce the greenhouse emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030 in order to achieve a net zero emission by 2050. Apart from that, USA have also committed for methane emissions, reducing methane emissions by 30% till 2030 as a part of global methane pledge. Also, you mentioned about the emerging nations. What USA have specifically done is that one of the examples is partnership with India. USA-India Clean Energy Partnership supports India in transition to clean energy. This in renewable energy projects, solar energy development, and energy efficient programs. In such manner, there are multiple nations such as Pacific Islands or even South Africa in order to help.
Okay. Yes, Delegate of Canada.
So you mentioned about solar and wind power. How do you plan to deal with the unpredictability of these energy sources? As per my knowledge, their generation is majorly failing to meet the demand, like the peak hour demands.
So specifically dealing with this, USA have recently initiated an IRA Act, that is Inflation Reduction Act, which specifically focus on allocating $369 billion till 2025 in order for clean energy and climate resilient projects. Also, USA, as I mentioned initially regarding the Paris Agreement, USA has dropped the emissions by around, has pledged to drop the emissions by 40% till 2030. And here, the usage of such like tax credits on solar, wind, nuclear, and electrical vehicles are of the importance.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate of United States. Delegate who could not ask their question would send it via Zoom, right? Delegate of China, you have the floor, followed by Delegate of South Korea.
When we talk about clean energy, it is the China who is the world leader and the most aggressive country in the world in this field. We have the largest hydropower dam in the world on the 3 Ganges dam, and we are going to construct an even larger dam on the Brahmaputra river. We have one of the largest solar farms in the world, like Anger Desert Solar Park. We also produce most of the solar panels in the world. Apart from that, by 2030 we are targeting that 25% of our energy will be not from fossil fuels but will be clean energy. We are aiming to produce 50 gigawatt of offshore wind energy by 2030, and development of green hydrogen is also under progress, which is a clean energy.
Thank you so much, Delegate of China. Point of information from Delegate of Bhutan.
Given China's positions as the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases, how do you justify continued reliance on coal and heavy industries while claiming committed to global climate goals?
See, we all know that with the present technological knowledge, we are not able to curb totally the coal emission or curb totally the coal dependent energy. Also, all the countries are using this coal energy, but we are also ready to compensate this coal energy use with the reforestation, and also we are transitioning towards green energy with a very high speed.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate of Bhutan. Yes, Delegate of Bhutan.
While
while we are on the topic of clean energy, I also want to ask you a question about how will your country prevent overfishing and protect marine ecosystem? Because in recent times, China is the one which is doing a lot of fishing in other regions as well and harming the aquatic ecosystem.
I will answer that, Chief.
Okay, please add it via Julie as well. Fine. Okay. Thank you so much. Delegates, next up we have delegate of South Korea. You have the floor, followed by delegate of United Arab Emirates.
As we explore the future of clean energy, South Korea's achievements offer a compelling example of what can be accomplished through innovation and commitment.
Yes.
South Korea has made significant strides in expanding its clean energy sector, most notably through its ambitious Green New Deal. This initiative aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 by investing heavily in renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, enhancing energy efficiency and developing smart grids. Furthermore, South Korea has been a global leader in adoption of hydrogen energy with its hydrogen economy roadmap. The country is pioneering advancements in hydrogen fossil fuel cells and aiming to make hydrogen a key part of its energy mix. The government has also invested in electrical vehicles infrastructure aiming for 30% of new car sales to be electric or hydrogen powered by 2030. These achievements demonstrate South Korea's holistic approach to clean energy, one that balances technological advancement, policy support, and public engagement. Let us take inspiration from these efforts as we continue our dialogue on a cleaner, more sustainable energy future.
Point of information for, yes, delegate of France.
Despite you pledged that you want a carbon neutrality by 2050, only 10% of your energy is from the renewable sources. Rest all are from the natural gases and coal. Like, how would you change that in the next 25 years? Like, we have 90% road to go.
South Korea is prioritizing hydrogen as a key clean energy source, aiming to lead in hydrogen technology by 2040. Expanding hydrogen production, building refueling infrastructure, and promoting fuel cell vehicles to reduce carbon footprints and dependence on fossil fuels.
Delegate of US.
Given South Korea's high industrial emissions, particularly in steel and petrochemicals, what specific measures are being implemented to reduce this carbon intensity in these sectors?
Thank you for your concern, gentlemen. It seems there is a huge gap between what I said and you understood. I would like to answer this question by
All right, thank you so much. Next up we have delegate of UAE, followed by delegate of Brazil. Delegates will be entertaining only one point of information from here. So if you are not able to ask your question, send it via chat.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, clean energy is at the heart of our fight against climate change. The United Arab Emirates is committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2050, with renewable energy being a critical pillar of this transition. We are leading by example with projects like the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, one of the world's largest solar farms. Additionally, our investments in green hydrogen are pushing the boundaries of clean energy solutions, positioning the UAE as a global leader in this space. But the shift to clean energy is not just about reducing emissions. It's about creating opportunities. Clean energy brings economic growth, jobs, and innovation, while securing a sustainable future. Now more than ever, international collaboration is vital, and together we can ensure a transition that benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of UAE. Yes, delegate of China.
Your economy heavily depends on oil. How will you transition to the clean energy and also balance your economy of both together?
As of present times, our economy does depend on oil production a lot, but we are actively changing it and developing more and more jobs in the renewable sector and positions available in the fossil fuel sector. So this would help us in creating a better transition to renewable energy and have a thriving economy.
Thank you so much, delegates. Next up, we have a delegate of Brazil. You have the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, as the largest economy in Latin America and home to Amazon rainforest, Brazil recognizes the critical role clean energy plays in mitigating climate change. Today, I want to highlight Brazil's unwavering commitment to a sustainable energy future. Brazil has made significant strides in clean energy. Hydroelectric power, our largest source of electricity, accounting for over 60% of our energy mix. Wind energy, Brazil aims to reach 20 GW of installed capacity by 2030. And also we are proud of our achievements. Renewable energy sources account for around 26% of our energy mix. CO2 emissions from energy generation have decreased by 40% since 2000. We are not stopping there. Brazil proposes increasing investment in grid-scale energy storage, enhancing regional cooperation to develop cross-border renewable energy projects, implementing policies to promote vehicle and green transportation. Thank you.
Yes, delegate of the United States. UAE.
Over 1,200 species are at risk of extinction in the Amazon forest, and deforestation increased by 22% alone in 2021. How are these activities contributing to the environment and a sustainable future?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, we have pledged last year in the COP28 that we will achieve zero deforestation in the Amazon by 2030 and has taken steps to reinforce environmental protection agencies, combat illegal logging, and increase fines for environmental crimes. Thank you for my answer.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have delegate of France.
Monsieur le Presidente, honorable delegates, distinguished representatives. Republic of France is a global leader in clean energy with nuclear power providing 70% of our electricity, making it second largest producer of nuclear energy in the world. This reliance on nuclear energy has significantly helped reduce France's carbon emissions, maintaining them at 5.1 metric ton per capita in 2020, well below the average of the European Union or the United States. Under Paris Agreement, which we proudly hosted in 2015, France has committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 40% by 2035, which is probably pre-1990 level. France is also focused in expanding renewable energy, but we are more focused in expanding our nuclear energy and also use our recycled nuclear waste by increasing from 17% to 45% in next 20 years. France's combination of nuclear energy and other renewable energy, that is 17 gigawatt of wind, 18 gigawatt of solar, is model for other countries to learn how they can reduce the carbon emission. If anyone wants any technology France is happy to use, we are already providing free credits of 2 billion USD to the third world country. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, delegate of France. Point of information. Yes, delegate of US.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, but regarding one recent protest, which was yellow-based protest, which highlighted domestic pushback against carbon taxes, how will France balance social concern with the need to maintain strong climate policies?
There would always be a protest in the country when there are hard steps taken. We have already managed the yellow protest, as you have seen, in a very well manner. Those protests are by the leftist people, which we do not have any sort of problems with. Like, they can do whatever the hell they want to do. But we will go ahead with all the projects that we want to, because for me, country is first. These protests are just minor. We don't care about this protest. Thank you.
All right. We'll have one more point of information. Delegate of Denmark.
So we know that this nuclear energy, it's very unreliable. Its output is very unreliable. So how do we justify so much investment behind that?
It's completely false statement that it is unreliable. Nuclear energy has been our main source of energy. 70% of all the houses in the France are powered by the nuclear energy, by the uranium mined in the country of Niger. So it's completely, it has been unreliable. unreliable. How come my 70% of homes are powered by it? Germany is into nuclear energy. China is into nuclear energy. United States of America, 25% of the United States homes are powered by the nuclear energy. India has now started the new 3-phase nuclear power plant, and they are also, restarting many nuclear power plants. So I think that's completely false statement. You need to read over it.
Alright, thank you so much, delegates. It would be great if we could maintain certain sense of decorum in the house. Alright, next up we have delegate of India, followed by delegate of South Africa, followed by delegate of Australia, followed by Russia.
Honorable delegates, India recognizes the urgent need to reduce pollution and accelerate our transition to clean energy, and we have already made significant strides in this direction. India plans to achieve 500 gigawatt of renewable energy installed capacity by 2030, and we have already achieved and also surpassed 186 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based energy resource capacity, and we are on track to meet our goals. India targets a 45% reduction in emission intensity of its GDP by 2030. India is leading global efforts in solar energy development. Through the International Solar Alliance, we are working with more than 120 countries to promote solar energy and aim to make solar power accessible and affordable globally. Through the PET scheme, India has implemented measures to improve energy efficiency in energy-intensive industries, helping to cut emissions. India has launched the FRAME scheme, providing subsidies and incentives for the adoption of electrical vehicles and building EV infrastructure. We want to urge nations to contribute to climate finance as agreed upon in previous COP meetings, so that each country gets equal opportunity to get developed with climate change in mind.
Delegates, point of information for Delegate of India. Yes, United Kingdom.
Why we couldn't trace global investments in the field of clean energy from India?
We have actually invested a lot in clean energy. As I already said in my speech that India is investing a lot in solar power, and also my friend from France stated that India has been actually participating to get a technology of nuclear power so that we can transit to renewable energy resources. But as I already said that we need time and also a lot of money. India is a developing country, and we didn't get to part in previous revolutions like industrial revolution, which your country has lead and done a lot of development. So we would like to ask you to contribute to climate finance and also transfer of technology if needed.
Alright, thank you so much for the Delegate of India. Next up we have Delegate of South Africa.
Honorable delegates, as a representative of South Africa, I would like to highlight the ambitious roadmap of development of green energy in our country. South Africa is blessed with abundant renewable resources, with an average solar radiation of 6.4 to 7.5 kilowatt hours meter square per day. Our renewable energy market is projected to expand significantly by 16.8 gigahertz by 2024, estimated as 28 gigawatts by 2029. Now, the government's initiative like RE 4xP, which aims at attracting $13 billion as private capital to add 2.6 gigawatts of energy. Our government has targeted in achieving 16 and 19 gigawatt of renewable energy by hydropower. And most importantly, being a developing nation, I will urge the other developed nations to help us with the nuclear energy, and even ask the question that how a developed or developing nation can use the nuclear energy without getting its biomagnification effects on the population.
Thank you so much, Delegate of South Africa.
Yes, France.
Delegate of South Africa. project known as ISCOM's Clean Energy Project, which remains heavily underfunded and delayed. Like, how would you plan to make a transition from 85% of electricity which comes from coal to wind when most of your clean energy projects are either delayed or underfunded?
So, being a nation, we aim at total development of the population, and we can't majorly dedicate all our resources just for energy conservation. And as you said, our 85% is currently based on coal or other non-renewable sources, but we are aiming to quickly transit between it. And being a developing nation, it is not possible to make this transit in a year or two. We will require time and a lot of support. Means I believe the principle of common and equitable responsibilities for all the nations, so we can equally move for a better future.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Delegate. Next up, we have Delegate of Australia, followed by Delegate of Russia.
Esteemed delegates and honorable chair, Australia's reliance on fossil fuel is a major contributor to the crisis. The consequences of inaction are dire, and from devastating natural disasters to unpredictable weather patterns, we must take collective action to reduce our carbon footprint and invest in clean energy solutions. Australia is the leading charge in clean energy innovation. Our government has set an ambitious target to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 43% and reach net zero emissions by 2050. And we are heavily investing in renewable energy projects such as the solar and wind farms. Australia aims to reach this ambitious target through multifaceted approach. We have allocated 1.62 billion to the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to foster the innovative clean energy technologies, and additionally we are actively promoting the expansion of our solar and wind power, which is already 35% of our total energy generation. We urge all nations to come together in this critical endeavor and work together to create a global framework.
Alright, thank you so much, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of Bhutan. Can you give your question? Sure.
So, what are your views on the recent fire in Amazon, sorry, in Australia's forest, and why are you targeting 2050? Why it can't be done before 2050?
We are aiming to reduce the carbon emissions up to 43% by 2030, but the net zero emissions would take much longer time, and the target is very ambitious and very tough to reach. So that's why we have taken up a longer time. And also, Australia has faced a wide range of challenges due to diverse climate and ecosystem, and including bushfire. But we are also aiming to reduce the carbon emissions, which lead to the reduction in the global temperatures, which will help Australia deal with the worst fires.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Russia, you have. Also, chits are suspended. Just we can have 2 or 3 more only for Delegate of Russia, if you have. And you feel that your point of information is not being taken care of. Yeah, you can answer this.
In the past few years, Russia has not been a very great source of clean energy, but I feel that this thing is changing as the years go. We have continued to reach our goals in the Paris Agreement. Till the year 2030, we will be able to reach our goal, which is 30% lesser emissions. And also, for clean energy, we have some renewable projects that are being conducted and set up in Russia. Some of them include solar energy parks, which are one of the largest in Russia, which is in Republic of Tatarstan, right? Along with this, Russia has also proved to be a very good supporter of nuclear energy. And with all of these clean energy initiatives that Russia is taking, we continue in this journey, and Russia has been committed to Paris Agreement and has not backed off like some countries. Russia continues to persist to this climate change and wants to bring action. And we require collaboration of technology from all countries.
Delegate to South Africa.
Respected Delegate of Russia, I would like to ask you, how can a country talk about climate conservation or environment protection while being at a state of war? At one stand, you are against a country bombing the place, destroying the ecosystem, while at the COP you are talking about that we are planning to conserve the environment. And most importantly, as you said, you are developing nuclear power plants for energy. but what's the credibility that the country will use the same nuclear raw material or crude for not bombs and only for energy? Please assure me.
The war presented by you is a clear accusation, but I would like to inform you that the war to Ukraine was clearly a defensive step, as it was, as if action was not taken against Ukraine. The borders were constantly being armed by the NATO. The NATO was trying to invade us through Ukraine's border. So having to start a war was clearly a defensive step. Also, as you mentioned, climate change and war should not be considered in one aspect.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Delegate. Yes. Okay. Yes. Are you open to a follow-up?
Yeah.
Keep it short. Keep it really short.
As you said that climate change and war cannot be attributed, but the major loss to the climate is due to war. And as you said, it is a defensive step. I would like to remind you that even after Ukraine has faced so much loss, you are currently entering Ukraine daily and bombing millions of people. So how will you say that's a defensive step? And if this is your defensive step, then it is harming both people and environment.
You can answer it by suggesting.
For the war, this has been an historical issue which has been persisted for many years. As I said, climate change and war should not be attributed. The carbon emissions or the climate impact that a war is causing is negligible as compared to what the country produces for production. It's not even close to the numbers that causes because of energy production in oil burning. The numbers are very insignificant when it comes to war. A war should not be misled with climate change and our inaction towards it. The commitment of Russia remains strong as it has been in a Paris Agreement and has always retaliating the agreements presented COPs post the Paris Agreement. In all of the conference of parties, Russia has continued to show its initiative.
Alright, thank you so much, delegates. Now we have moved forward. That comes to the end of the moderated caucus. Any questions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Canada.
Delegate of Canada wants to establish an unmoderated caucus for a total time of 20 minutes.
Okay. Yes, Delegate of UAE.
Delegate of United Arab Emirates wants to establish an unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes.
Okay. Delegate of Russia.
Delegate of Russia would like to raise an unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes.
Right. Delegates who are in favor of the motion raised by Delegate of Canada, unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. Okay. Delegates in favor of motion raised by UAE, unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes. Okay. Delegates in favor of motion raised by Russia for unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes. Okay, 8. The motion for 10 minutes passes for unmoderated caucus. We need a resolution draft. So you guys can discuss that among yourself and get it. We'll start the session at 11:42, right?
NATO block, NATO block, NATO block, NATO block.
पूरा भर चुका है, उसमें आधे तो मैंने दिए तो वही बात बीच में नीचे देख रहे
Not more than 10 points.
पानी वानी देंगे थोड़ा इतना भी पॉइंट्स नहीं डालने क्योंकि एक पॉइंट डालना है पूरा भर के मैंने सिर्फ दो नहीं लिखा वो दूसरा है भाई देखो टेस्ट करने में किंग वाला आया है ऐसे संपूर्ण सवाल अपने कहता है मेरे को बीच में डाल दिया फ्रांस को
गाइस ऊपर मत लिखो, साइड में ब्रैकेट में लिखो देश, ऐसा मत लिखो रिजोल्यूशन।
Guys, 1 minute to go.
रिजोल्यूशन ऑफ सो एंड सो नीचे अपना पॉइंट लिखो, ब्रैकेट में लिखो। शर्म कर साले, लिख दिया है। टाइम एक्सटेंड कर सकते हैं
2 minute और. Sorry.
हमारा ऑर्डर तो करने 10 मिनट पूरे दिए हैं। यूएई कितने पर एक पॉइंट 5 नहीं रखने, 10 ही रखने, टोटल एक ही रख, टोटल 15 जन है, 10 रखने, मैंने सारे गिरा दिए।
परेशान हो गया था।
Please share the draft with me. Who's drafting? I want it really formal, not Kalka scenario.
भाई स्पॉन्सर कौन करना चाहेगा?
Delegates, be seated. Delegates, be seated. France, UK, everyone, be seated. Right now, yes. Please share the document with me.
स्टार्टिंग के 8 पॉइंट कंसीडर करो बाकी।
Just to, I can sort it out accordingly.
भाई रशिया कर लेगा।
Share the document, Monica. This Monica. 245. Who's sharing the document? 245 200. Okay. Okay, delegates, we're starting with the resolution draft. The sequencing would be, we will be discussing each clause that you guys have mentioned, and the point that has been put forward by that country would be open to point of information, and any delegate could raise a point of information to that delegate. Right? Make sense?
Yes.
All right. Alright, the first point, the first clause is from UAE that says establish an international clean energy transition fund to support developing countries in deploying renewable energy infrastructure such as solar, wind and green hydrogen. Any points of information for that? Yes, Delegate of South Africa.
I would like to ask Delegate of UAE whether he considers UAE as developed or developing nation, and as per this rule, whether he will be contributing to the fund or getting the benefits of that.
Right. Delegate of UAE.
I consider UAE to be a developed nation and will be contributing to the fund and helping all the other developing nations in improving their infrastructure to sustainable funds, to a sustainable.
All right, thank you. Any point? Are you open to a follow?
Yes.
Yes.
So I would like to ask that with such ambitious urbanization projects, would UAE will be accountable for dedicating their funds to the climate and clean energy transaction, and whether it would be equitable for all the countries? Equitable means accessible for this case.
Could you repeat the question?
With great ambitious urbanization projects as UAE has, would it will be accessible or equitable to all the countries which will be part of this fund without any delay? As he mentioned that there's a lot of delays in transfer of funds during this case.
Perhaps you haven't done your research, but we have already contribute a lot to the development of infrastructure in other countries, and we are in collaboration with a lot of countries, including the US, to develop more sustainable infrastructure, and also it does not hamper our infrastructure goals in our country.
All right, thank you, delegates. Delegates who are in favor of... Yes. Delegates who are in favor of clause 1, raise your placards. Delegates, we have clause number 2. Clause number 2 presented by Russian Federation that says developed countries should avoid exploiting developing nations and prioritize climate finance instead of blaming fossil fuel production. Focus should be on controlling consumption. The transition of renewable energy must be supported by growth responsible with innovation and technology shared with countries in need. Delegates who have point of information. Yes, France.
So as you have said, developed countries should avoid exploiting developing nations, whereas your own country is responsible for exploiting the Red Sea and the oceans, that is the Arctic Ocean, which in turn is hampering the countries of Belarus and all the countries, that is the, Estonia, the Lithuania, all the Baltic nations. You yourself are exploiting the fisheries of those industries because of the shackling gas or, in the Japan or, the Nord Streams and all sort of things. Then how do you stand with this resolution where you or yourself are to be blamed for the same things?
Yes, thank you, Russia.
I'm going to answer to biology.
You would like to answer it by
Any other point of information?
Yes.
Any other point of information?
Any other point of information for delegate of Russia? Delegates who are in favor of clause 2. Thank you, delegates. Next up we have clause 3 presented by India. It says felicitate access to clean energy technologies for all nations, curb the patent rights for climate friendly invention by paying a one-time premium to them. Any points of information? This has been presented by Delegate of India. No points of information? Okay, go ahead.
As you have said that curb the patent rights for climate friendly invention by paying one-time premium, but as far as I know, according to the World Intellectual Property Right Organization, India's intellectual property right is one of the most toughest. You are contradicting your own statement, right? You are asking us to drop the patent rights, whereas your patent right is one of the toughest. How would you, weigh?
We are not seeing to completely curb the patent rights. We are saying that the technology is being developed and it should be accessible to all the nations so that they can also move towards cleaner energy. So it is not like we are asking you to just give away it for free. We will pay for it once and then make it accessible for all of the other countries.
Want to follow my
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Next up we have clause 4 presented by Australia that says protecting and preserving biodiversity. We call upon the members state to take urgent action to protect and preserve biodiversity through establishment of protected areas and conservation of endangered species. Point of information by South Korea.
I have a point of order.
Yes.
There was no voting on clause 3.
Yeah. Delegates who are in favor of clause 3. Thank you for pointing it out. Right. Delegates, do you want me to repeat clause 4?
Yes.
Alright. It has been presented by Australia. Australia that says, protecting and preserving biodiversity, we call upon the member states to take urgent action to protect and preserve biodiversity through establishment of protected areas and conservation of endangered species. Any points of information for Delegate of Australia? Yes, Delegate of South Korea. Right. Okay. Yes, point of information. South Africa.
Now, Australia, my friend of Australia talks about environmental conservation and biodiversity conservation, how we will justify the loss of Great Barrier Reef at the Australian coast. And what are the steps taken by the government to curb it and along with other biodiversity losses in Australian context?
Yes, Delegate of Australia.
Australia is taking various steps like the Great Barrier Reef, including the reducing population and improving.
Australia is taking various steps to cut the Great Barrier Reef, including reducing pollution, improving water quality, and controlling the crown of thorns, the starfish population. And climate change is affecting Australia's weather and forest fire, etc. And we are also working towards renewable energy to reduce climate change.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. Are you open to one more question? Yes, Delegate of China.
Australia talked about preserving the biodiversity, but how will you justify the culling of so many camels in your country by the government of Australia?
I would like to answer this question by acting.
All right. Delegates who are in favor of clause 4, raise your placards. Delegates, now we move to clause 5 presented by USA that states Climate Energy Fund for Rapid Response, establishment of a global fund that can be swiftly deployed to region facing sudden climate disaster with immediate access to funds for mitigation and recovery efforts. Delegates who have point of information for Delegate of USA. Yes, Russia. Try to keep your questions short.
I would just like to emphasize that USA establishing a global fund should not be
Justified, as you have already failed to meet the climate finance as you stated in Paris Agreement repeatedly. The amount that you have invested in climate finance is just 2% of what you should be doing. That is a way big drawback and a way less amount that you should pay.
Yeah, so just to correct you, USA had set to increase its contribution to $11.4 billion per year by 2025. So as you mentioned, this is one of the things, though, I believe it's with respect to years, I think that is right. And we are providing sufficient stability to those sort of needs.
I will follow that.
Let other delegates ask their question. Delegates who have point of information for Delegate of USA. Yes, India.
What is your country doing for toxic waste management? Your country has been exporting toxic waste to developing nations and clean up, how are you going to clean up the damage caused?
Yeah, so just to answer, there are multiple agreements and acts have been passed in recent times. As initially mentioned, the IIT Act, that is Inflation Reduction Act, which specifically is based on the clean energy and toxic reduction changes which were made towards the governments of USA. Apart from that, there are other things such as methane emission reduction plan, which was created in 2021, and also the Paris Agreement, USA this region. That was it.
All right. Thank you, Delegate of USA. Delegates who are in favor of the clause 5, raise your placards, please. This clause fails. Now we move to the 6th clause presented by Bhutan that states demands that all nations, particularly major carbon emitters, take immediate and substantial action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and commit to achieving carbon neutrality well before 2050 deadline, ensuring a collective and urgent response to the global climate crisis. Point of information for Delegate of Bhutan. Yes, China.
Do you have
high population country cannot transition so easily.
So like you said, it is not possible or you cannot do it before 2050. But the thing is, the 2050 deadline would be so late that this would cost our planet so much that it cannot recover from the cost that you are producing right now. So I urge the nations to look into it more seriously and add more strictly towards it and reduce the carbon footprint. It can be done before 2050. We have done it now. Like we are a small country, but as seen the bigger country, but it can be done before 2050.
We'll have another point of time. Thank you. Any point of information for Delegate of yes, France.
As you said that we need to decrease the deadline of 2050. Sir, Bhutan energy is comes from hydroelectricity, right? This is my second time I'm asking. I did not get answer. With the jet, I'm not satisfied. Would you stop the deforestation and the cut down of the timber for your hydroelectricity projects? Because thermal energy and nuclear energy is not possible in Bhutan, and the only source is hydroelectricity.
So yeah, I'll answer that. Like as earlier said, I have said our constitution mandates that we should cover at least 60% of our land from forest. So we can reduce some part of it to produce electricity. Like for generating electricity, we are not emitting carbon emissions. We are cutting some part of forest, but at the same time, we are again planting that trees in the some other parts and increasing the footprint of our forest. That can be more beneficial for our society.
Point of order. Point of order, my state.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Delegate of Bhutan. Next up, we move to clause number 7, presented. Yeah. Delegates who are in favor of clause 6, raise your placards. Please raise your placards if you are in for the clause. That clause fails. Delegate, we move to the clause number 7, presented by Delegate of Brazil, that says establish a global clean energy knowledge sharing platform and promote cross-border renewable energy projects and grid interconnections. Delegates who have point of information for Delegate of Brazil. Alright. Delegates who are in favor of the motion, raise your placards. Delegate, next up we have clause number 8 presented by South Africa that states calls for the establishment of a timeline for achieving net carbon zero, ensuring that it accounts for the diverse capability and circumstances of all nations as well as the necessary time and resources required for implementation. Points of information for Delegate of South Africa. Yes, France. Keep it short.
Sir, we already have timeline to 2050 for carbon neutrality. You are asking us for a timeline.
No. As timeline mentioned for 2050, it's unjust for all the countries because the already developed nations have now started controlling their carbon emission. But for developing nations like us who have started developing technology now, we require more time. That's why my clause has a special mention of diverse capabilities and circumstances of all the nations. And thus it makes it more more important for more precise for this country.
Want to follow? Why is it?
No, don't follow up. Let it be. Yeah.
Should I fix it?
Not for the follow-up. If you have any other point of information, you can share it.
I mean, I have point of order.
Okay, share it. Delegates, delegates who are in favor of this clause number 8, please raise your placard. Come on, we have to pass some clause, no? Alright. Delegates, next up we move to clause number 9, presented by People's Republic of China, that states change the methodology of counting the carbon emission and pollution contribution from the production of resource forging done by a country to consumption done by a country. Any point of information for China? No point of information? Delegates who are in favor of this clause. Next up we have, the last clause presented by France, stresses the need for global collaboration on space waste reduction by advancing research and adopting technology for space debris removal and mitigation of satellite pollution. Point of information for France. Yes, Canada.
So already this topic is being researched on. What is the exact target you are focusing on?
I am focusing on reducing 2 million tons of space waste every 3 years via the NASA and EU Space Agency joint mission, which we are right now venturing. We are also taking SpaceX into our account and also the Boeing Starliner 2. So there is this mission where we will have this net, right, and we will shoot via the rocket, which will capture certain micro waste when it will come down. So yeah, I am aiming timeline of 2080 to reduce almost 200 to 300 million space waste.
Follow.
Okay, so what are the current statistics? You mentioned in your speech that you will do this. So what are the current situation? What are the current stats?
We have already invested 1.2 billion euros for this. USA is also investing almost $2 billion US, and it's in the research stage. It will take time. Within next 5 years, hopefully we will have our first mission.
Okay. Thank you, delegates. With this, we come to the.
I have point of order.
You can share your point of information or point of.
Someone removed my point. Can I get it now?
People's Republic of China. Yes.
I have 2 points.
You have 2 points.
Yeah.
You can send it via chat. Yeah. Send it via chat. Delegates, with this we come to the end of the committee, and the resolution. I'll share the updated one where the voting has been done. Great work, all of you. Congratulations, all of you. Thank you so much for your time. So we will begin the AIPPM session in another 2 to 3 minutes. For people, you can go and have your refreshments. I think you need it after a long discussion. AIPPM people, I request if you guys stay there only, we place your takas accordingly, and yeah, we begin in another couple of minutes. Executive board for AIPPM, do we have Abhishek here? Yes, for people, I would request you to take your chit pad and notepad and everything, vacate the space basically so that AIPPM can step in. Yes,
your language and the decorum of the room maintained. This session is going to be bilingual. Hindi and English are fully acceptable languages for this session. No native language is permitted, given we do not have a translator on board with us. I hope that is clear. Keep it extremely concise. Your questions, speeches and everything concise and precise. With this, we begin the session. Do we have any motions in the floor? For general speakers. Nirmala Sitaraman. You have the step. Not yet. We not
I, Nirmala Sitaraman, would like to raise a moderate caucus of 20 minutes on the top. I would like to establish a GSL of 20 minutes with individual speaker time being 1 minute each.
So, people in favor of the motion? All of you. So, we will have a general speakers list for next 20 minutes. Nirmala Sitaraman, would you like to go first or last?
I would like to go.
Okay. People who would like to participate in the general speakers list. We'll recognize you both. Upendra Yadav. M.K. Sagar. Kindly put your placards on the recognized. Nitish Kumar. Mamta Banerjee. Mehbooba Mufti. And Narendra Modi for now. So, we are going to begin with the general speakers list. I'm just going to say the order once again. And then we'll again take a motion for the general speakers list for the next session. We'll start with Nirmala Sitaraman, followed by Upendra Yadav, then M.K. Sagar, Nitish Kumar, Mamta Banerjee, Mehbooba Mufti, and Narendra Modi. I hope we are clear with this. So let's begin. I'll give you a watch for 1 minute 30 seconds. You can speak with the seat. We'll begin with Nirmala Sitaraman. Also, the chits are open for the floor is open for the chits.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the delegates present here. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. I am grateful for their support, faith and trust in our policies. On the global perspective, India is an economic powerhouse with a GDP of $4.1 trillion. To boost this growth, we have been prioritizing the budget allocation towards empowerment, entrepreneurship, manufacturing initiatives with the help of Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Scale Enterprises. However, from our culture that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, may all be happy, we are also not completely compromising on environment. And with our Prime Minister fueled by that motto, we have thoughtful initiatives like Mission Life Scheme, for which we had allocated 3,300 crore rupees to the Ministry of Environment. This is a 22% increase over the previous financial year allocation. Post-pandemic, the budget to Ministry of Environment is increasing, which shows our priorities towards environment. Economic policies and budget allocations are key for India to achieve net zero target by 2070. Given our theme of lifestyle for environment, I would like to shed light on different economic policies discussed under the 6th priority of energy security and 7th priority of infrastructure, which are energy transition scheme, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, irrigation and flood mitigation, RMDF for nuclear reactors and thermal power plants, roadmap for hard-to-abate industries, support to traditional micro and small-scale industries.
So much. Next we have Upendra Yadav. Please pass the mic.
Honorable chairs and respected leaders. I express my gratitude to the organizer for hosting the event. India is at forefront of taking action-oriented steps to fight climate change. Sustainable living is rooted in Indian culture. We believe nature protects if she is protected. We practice philosophy of Vasudha Kutumbam. The call given by India, the joint mission line, to nudge 1 billion individuals to practice sustainable lifestyle. India has also floated 5 unchanged targets at COP26. One of them include carbon neutral state by 2070. India also achieved 40% of electric install capacity through non-fossil fuel source 9 years ahead of target for 2030. We have revised our NDC effort, indicating our deep commitment forward enhanced climate action. India is a part of international effort, being part of our International Solar Alliance, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, creation of Lead IIT and IRIS, Big Cat Alliance and Mangrove Alliance. India also launched Global Biofuel Alliance during its G20 presidency last year to foster global collaboration for widespread adoption of biofuels. We are also mobilizing finances through Green Climate Funds, Loss and Damage Fund, and also signing MOUs with developing countries to enhance technological capability to fight climate change. But still, there is a lot of scope for improvement in our part. We engage state participation by creating competitive environment through Sustainable Development Goal India Index, State Energy Index, and allocations of funds according to their performance indices as per decided by Finance Commission. We also believe forest dwelling community, local people have great role to play to conserve environment. Let us reaffirm our commitment to work together for common objective for greener, cleaner and healthier planet, as we have one earth, we are one family and one shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next we have MP Stalin.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and fellow members of AIDPM, I stand before you not only as Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, but also as someone who is deeply aware of the urgent need for sustainable living in today's world. Climate change, environmental degradation, and resource depletion are no longer distant concerns. They are realities we face every day. The way we live, the choices we make, all have a profound impact on the planet, and it is our responsibility to lead by example. In Tamil Nadu, we have made it our mission to integrate environmental sustainability into very fabric of daily life. One of our initiatives is Green Tamil Nadu Mission, which we launched in 2021. It aims to increase the state's green cover to 33%. This isn't just about planting trees. It's about creating a long-term sustainable solution to the climate change while protecting our planet and biodiversity. On the energy front, Tamil Nadu continues to lead the way with solar power and wind energy solutions, wind energy collaborations with the existing companies like Tata. Under the Tamil Nadu Solar Energy Policy, launched in 2019 and further strengthened by my administration, we are pushing for widespread adoption of renewable energy. Solar isn't just about clean energy, it's the future, and it's our responsibility to ensure future generations inherit a planet where they can thrive. We have also taken firm action on reducing plastic waste. The ban on single-use plastic, first introduced in 2019, remains one of our most important steps towards reducing pollution in the state. The government has made sure this ban is enforced strictly, as plastics are one of the largest contributors to environmental damage, provided Tamil Nadu lies on the coastline of the Bay of Bengal Sea. Water is another.
Thank you so much. Next we have Nitish Kumar.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय और यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी संसदगण। मैं नीतीश कुमार बिहार और देश के विकास के लिए सदैव तत्पर हूँ। और हम सभी जानते हैं कि हमारे जीवन शैली से प्रत्यक्ष या फिर अप्रत्यक्ष तौर पर पर्यावरण के स्वास्थ्य पर असर पड़ता है। बिहार में हमने हरित जीवन शैली को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए सक्रिय कदम उठाए हैं, जिनमें से सबसे प्रमुख जल जीवन हरियाली मिशन है, जिसके तहत हमने वृक्षारोपण, जल संरक्षण अभियान और नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को बढ़ावा देकर जलवायु परिवर्तन से निपटा है। हमारा लक्ष्य मानव विकास और पर्यावरण संरक्षण के बीच सामंजस्य संतुलन बनाना है। कृषि बिहार की अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ है और हमने जैविक तकनीकों को लागू किया है जो न केवल मिट्टी के स्वास्थ्य में सुधार करती है बल्कि हमारी कृषि पद्धतियों के कार्बन पदचिह्नों को भी कम करती है। हम अपने किसानों को हरित प्रौद्योगिकियों के साथ सशक्त बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हमने हर घर नल का जल योजना भी लाया है जिसके तहत हम प्रत्येक बिहार वासियों को शुद्ध पेयजल का लाभ देना चाहते हैं और मॉडर्न टेक्निक्स को भी अपनाना चाहते हैं। मुख्यमंत्री ग्रामीण सोलर स्ट्रीट लाइट योजना के तहत हमने प्रत्येक ग्रामीण इलाकों में ग्रामीण सोलर स्ट्रीट लाइट लगाई है जिससे कि बिजली की भी खपत हमारे राज्य में कम हो पाई है। और हमने सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक को भी काफी जगह पे प्रतिबंध लगाया है जिसको कि हम चाहेंगे कि पूरे बिहार के सभी जिलों में स्थापित किया जाए। थैंक यू।
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Namaskar or Namaste. West Bengal has always been a land of resilience and progress. From the days of Rabindranath Tagore's vision for a harmonious coexistence with nature, that is Chirapityasto Janano Janmabhumi, our always growing natural birthland. Our motherland has cherished its rivers, forests and fertile plains. The people of Bengal have fought many battles. Now, today we face one of our biggest challenges, protecting the environment. In the present day, our Bihar state is on the front lines of climate change. From devastating cyclones like Amphan to the rising sea levels, threatening the Sundarbans. We are not just witnesses to environmental crisis, we are their victims. In Amar Bangla, my Bengal, we have already taken steps toward a greener future. Our solar energy initiatives, public transportation upgrades, and plastic ban enforcement show our commitment to sustainability, but this is not enough. For the future, we must bring Porivesh Bachao, that is, save the environment, to the forefront of the agenda. We will continue to push for renewable energy adoption, sustainable farming practices, and restoring the natural balance of the Sundarbans. This is not just about policy, it's about the Mamati Manush, that is Mother Earth. The future of our people depends on our ability to act now, to ensure that future generations can enjoy the beauty and bounty of Bengal. A Bangla, A Bharat, Amar Desh, Amari Porivesh Bachao. A synonym to save our earth, with the words of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, which West Bengal will provide its last blood to save it. Thank you.
For the CHIPS delegates, kindly write the name of the leader instead of CM or finance minister so that the people who are passing the CHIPS, it's easier for them to pass the CHIPS. Just make sure of that. Thank you.
Next we have Yuvamanthan.
Very good afternoon to each and everyone present here. I am Mehbooba Mufti, representing people of Jammu Kashmir, a region where nature's beauty and environmental fragility goes hand in hand. Today, as we discuss lifestyle for environment, it's important to understand that for Kashmir, it's not just about adopting sustainable measures, it's also about our survival. Our lush green forests, pristine rivers, vast glaciers are not just our identity, it's also our economy. As we say, Kashmir is the crown of India, but this crown has been continuously scratched and is being scratched by multiple environmental degradation, rising temperature, and shrinking glaciers. Initially, traditional lifestyle of our Kashmir, people of Kashmir, have been going hand in hand with these natural assets, but now we have multiple problems like melting glaciers. Our glaciers have melted by 23% from 1962 to 2012. The shrinkage of the lake is another big problem. It has happened like 40% in the past century. And the frequent floods and landslides hitting Kashmir is another big problem. We haven't still recovered the loss of 5,700 crores in the floods of 2014. For these things, we have taken multiple steps, including the lake restoration project, Jhelum River flood control plan, solar power initiatives under JK solar power policy. We have the capacity of 10 megawatt solar plant, but we want multiple support from central government funds for creation of JK climate adaptation fund, expansion of renewable energy infrastructure, and expansion of green scale development in Jammu Kashmir. And as we say, Jammu Kashmir is heaven on earth. So let's come together, step in to preserve our heaven on earth. Thank you.
I, Rahul Gandhi, would like to raise a moderated caucus of 10 minutes with each speaker's time being 2 minutes on the topic impact of development on environment.
Each speaker type
2 minutes.
and topic.
Impact of development on environment.
Do we have any other motions on the floor for moderated caucus? Yuvamanthan and Mamta Banerjee. You have a motion.
Motion for moderated.
I, Yuvamanthan would like to raise moderated caucus for the total time 20 minutes with individual time 1 minute 20 seconds. Each on community based approach to disaster resilience, how local communities can prepare for respect to climate change, policy framework for climate adoption in India.
Sir, I need one concise line for voting.
How local communities can prepare for the respect to for respond to the climate emergency.
Emergence of climate in local communities is what you are trying to say. Okay. Mamta Banerjee, you had.
So, Honorable Chair, West Bengal motions for a moderated caucus on seeking afforestation and green initiatives for 10 minutes with 1 minute speaking per speaker.
With this, we take the three motions on the floor. We vote for it, and then we revert back to the motion number 1, that is 10 minutes of moderated caucus on the topic environment. 10 minutes of moderated caucus. Next motion that we have on the floor is 20 minutes of moderated caucus, each speaker time being 1 minute 20 seconds on the topic communities' efforts towards emergence of environment. Suggest people in favor of the motion. Next motion we have is 10 minutes of moderated caucus, 1 minute time for each speaker on afforestation of land. People in favor of the motion. And green initiatives. Okay, I'll take a last count. Please raise your placards. People in favor of the motion. 3, 4, 5. So the motion proposed by Mamta Banerjee passes. We have a 10 minutes of moderated caucus, which each speaker time being 1 minute on afforestation and green initiatives. Mamta Banerjee, would you like to go first or last? Delegates who would like to be a part of moderated caucus for next 10 minutes. Please raise your placards to be recognized. Narendra Modi. M.K. Stalin. Naveen Patnaik. Bhupendra Patel. Rahul Gandhi. That would be all we'll be taking for now for a 10-minute moderated. And so the order is Narendra Modi, M.K. Stalin, Naveen Patnaik, Bhupendra Patel, Rahul Gandhi, and Mamta Banerjee in the end. So with this, we step into a moderated caucus. First speaker of moderated caucus for today is Narendra Modi.
My warm greetings to all the dignitaries present over here. The point raised by Honorable Mamta Banerjee is a valid point, and it is the need of the hour that we make collective efforts and take robust actions on the topic of reforestation and the growth of green cover. As the central government, we have achieved to increase the forest cover in our country by more than 12,000 square kilometers, and we are further looking forward to increase it to 20,000 square kilometers in the next 3 years. culture teaches us to praise the trees in the forms of gods and goddesses. For example, the trees like the people tree, we have its significance in our culture, and it helps us in increasing our beliefs for the initiative of afforestation. Thank you.
Any point of information for Prime Minister? Yuvamanthan is first. Kindly keep your question concise. You have exactly 30 seconds.
Dear Prime Minister, can you explain the agriculture expansion and urbanization? How we can, what is your policy to stop it and manage the deforestation, agriculture expansion and urbanization?
I will leave that for you.
Okay. Any other point of information for Prime Minister? None. Moving on to the next speaker, MJ Stalin.
Honorable Chair and all the delegates present here, we all know that afforestation is one of the key factors, key pillars which we can use to combat the climate change in India. Not only this, the forest cover in India has declined significantly in last decade, and it is not only because of construction missions, but also because of illegal encroachment which is happening in all of the states of India. To combat this, we need to join hands with the organizations like ISRO and the organizations which are involved in satellite mapping, so that using satellite mapping we can detect which is the area where forest cover is declining at a much faster rate, and it is also necessary to join hands with the organizations like DRDO to get drones to monitor the illegal encroachment. So more than afforestation we need.
Thank you. Any point of information for MK Stalin? Bhupendra Yadav.
Respected leaders is saying that we will make sure that ISRO and DRDO will join our hand for the solution. But I would like to tell him that ISRO and DRDO will not work for that. It is a responsibility of Department of Science. So you have to correct it.
Let me tell you firstly that DRDO comes under the Department of Science and Technology only, and it is not only a problem of Department of Science, it is also a problem of Ministry of Environment. So I am talking about collaborating hand between Ministry of Environment and the Department of Science and Technology, and also we can have private collaborations with Inside FPV and other drone manufacturing companies.
But keep it very short.
There are other ministries also. You can take care of Ministry of Jal Shakti as well as Ministry of Forest and Ministry of Agriculture for that. And they are doing the mapping part. So it will be easy for them to do things rather than involving ISRO and DRDO.
I will reply. So you told about involving other ministries like Ministry of Jal Shakti and Agriculture, but those ministries are doing their work which is only focused for them only. So we need our Ministry of Environment to join hands. I am not talking about agricultural ministry. I am talking about joining hands with Ministry of Environment and other.
Okay. Next point of information, Prime Minister Modi.
For increasing the green cover, we also need to focus on the water supply, and only 50% of the water bodies have received water under the Atikado Abhilashi water scheme inaugurated by the Chief Minister MK Stalin. Various reports suggest that there are 40 pipelines and water discharge in Bhavni Canal has stopped. Is it because of the incompatibility of the government, or are you guys doing any misuse?
Third question. Keep it precise.
Firstly, the topic of this moderated focus was related to forest and afforestation, and you are talking about the water resources and our plans to optimize it. So let me inform you that we are working on it, and there are always some notorious guys who interrupt in between and try to dismantle the administration processes. So we are trying to optimize it, and we will get our focus.
Sir, you can
उपस्थित गणमान्यगण, मॉडरेटेड कॉर्पस का टॉपिक पुनः रिफॉरेस्टेशन। तो उड़ीसा में हम फ्लोड को रोकने के लिए हम रिफॉरेस्टेशन अभी चालू किया है। उसके अंदर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट मॉडल के अंदर हमने रिफॉरेस्टेशन चालू किया है जो फ्लड को रोक सकता है। एंड अभी जैसे भूस्खलन ज़्यादातर हो रहे हैं वो भी रिफॉरेस्टेशन के अंदर रोका जा सकता है। पुनः मैं इससे फॉलोअप करना चाहती हूँ, अभी ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का इशू बहुत ज़्यादा पृथ्वी में ग्लोबल में रेज हो रहा है, जिससे हमें रिफॉरेस्टेशन करने की आवश्यकता है जो ऑक्सीजन लेवल को बढ़ा सकता है।
Any point of information for Naveen Patnaik? You can ask by action. Any other people with point of information for Naveen Patnaik? Keep it concise.
So can you emphasize on Odisha's long coastal faces erosion and flooding by climate change? How you can manage it?
तो ये टॉपिक के बाहर है, क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड ये थोड़ा रिलेट नहीं हो रहा है, फिर भी मैं आंसर करने की कोशिश करूँगी। क्लाइमेट चेंज फ्लड एंड साइक्लोन को बढ़ावा दे रहा है, परंतु इसके पश्चात भी हम रिफॉरेस्टेशन कर सकते हैं जिससे क्लाइमेट चेंज भी कंट्रोल हो सकती है। एंड अंडर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट हम ये भी चेष्टा कर रहे हैं कि किस तरह क्लाइमेट चेंज को भी रोका जा सकता है एंड फ्लड को भी रोका जा सकता है, इंक्लूडिंग लोकल पीपल। You may one follow.
My question was how you are controlling erosion and sea level rising on your coastal areas.
कोस्टल एरिया में हम लोकल गवर्नमेंट बॉडी एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ काम करके उनको हम ट्रेनिंग देके हम समझा रहे हैं कि एंड ट्रेनिंग देके उनको हम बता रहे हैं कि कैसे हम इसको ये जो इशू है उसको कर सकते हैं एंड उनके क्या व्यूज़ हैं इस पर हम उसके ऊपर भी काम कर रहे हैं।
Next we have Upendra Patel.
Gujarat has inaugurated the addition of electric vehicles and sustainable infrastructure development, and this will help to afforestation. Gujarat has made a concerted effort towards afforestation program. One Mahotsav have led to the planting to millions of trees, increasing green cover. Gir National Park, the successful conservation of the Asiatic lion in Gir has drawn global attention. Efforts and preserve wildlife habitat through various parks and shelters continue to support biodiversity.
Any point of information? Rahul Gandhi.
What measurable outcomes can Gujarat government provide to demonstrate the success of its afforestation program? हमने एक्चुअली में बहुत सारे पेड़ के लगाए हैं, गिर बनाए हैं और गिर नेशनल पार्क बनाया है और यहाँ पे वन महोत्सव का भी आयोजन होता रहता है, वन महोत्सव कराते रहते हैं, तो आई थिंक।
Next we have Rahul Gandhi.
Respected Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests. Today, I want to speak about afforestation and the urgent need to address the rampant development that is taking place under the current central government. While development is essential, it should not come at the cost of our environment. We see large-scale projects destroying our forests, cutting down trees, polluting our air and water. And Prime Minister Modi said that he supports afforestation. But what about this? What about rapid developments. Without thinking, they are just cutting forests like anything. And during our period, which is from 2005 till 2014, we increased the forest cover by 6,000 square kilometers. So why?
One general request to the delegates: we have established a ground rule of maintaining the language according to the decorum of the House. Kindly remember that and use your language carefully. Any point of information for Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi, and Yuvamanthan? Keep your questions extremely concise.
शाम तक सुबह की नजरों से उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों पे जीते हैं कि जमीन पर भी मर जाते हैं. You are currently in a coalition government with the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who is supporting a massive deforestation in her state. And what are your views on this thing?
Sir, no personal attacks, please. You can reply to that. If you want.
I will reply.
Okay, next.
I don't want to reply because it's out of the context. It's not.
That's up to you.
So you have mentioned that Modi government has been going for deforestation, and in your tenure you did not go for that. And you are saying that development they are doing which might be probably wrong. So what are your views that they can do to prevent this and not development?
So, like I said, during our time, we afforested about 6,000 square kilometers of land. So, if we can do that along with development, why not the current government? I urge the central government to implement a national afforestation program and set ambitious target for reforestation and educate the citizens about the importance of trees and
Thank you. Last speaker for this moderated caucus, Mamata Banerjee.
So West Bengal also focuses on afforestation in areas like Bankura, Purulia and Jharkhand, where forest cover is sparse due to deforestation and dry climate conditions. Planting trees helps prevent soil erosion, improve soil fertility and revive local ecosystems. In fact, for the mangroves, which came as a lot of questions, act as natural barriers against cyclones and rising sea levels, making this effort vital for both biodiversity conservation and disaster risk management. And in fact, I don't know why I'm saying deforestation has taken place at faster rate under Modi government, as said by Hindu.
Any point of information for Mamata Banerjee? We have recognized Indra Yadav, but any other than that, then we'll revert back to the GSL. Narendra Modi. Anybody else? Nitish Kumar. That would be the only 3 point of information I'd be taking for this particular speaker. We begin with Bhupendra Yadav, followed by Narendra Modi, and in the end, Nitish Kumar. Kindly keep your questions concise.
In West Bengal, mangrove forest is shrinking because of rampant development in coastal lines. How do you are doing about this?
So, rampant development in coastlines. I ask the speakers or whoever is saying to be more precise and more specific to the question, like what coastal advancements, and due to Amphan and other cyclones, we are facing such situations, and the central government is keeping a silence over it.
Sir.
Due to development of Kolkata
Sir,
port.
are you following up with that question?
He just asked me.
No. He has answered your question. Would you like to follow up on that, or would you want to answer via chat? Next we have Narendra Modi and then Nitish Kumar on this.
Unregulated deforestation in the river basins of Brahmaputra in the West Bengal state is being carried out by illegal rackets run by the mafias of TMC. So, are you still going to shamelessly defend these people as you defend your current government?
So, the first thing I got, the Brahmaputra river doesn't flow through West Bengal. And like I don't know where this information is coming from. Is it from the media which is being controlled by the central government? over there. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a follow-up, Prime Minister? You want to ask my answer? Okay. Nitish Kumar, your point.
So, जैसा कि बात चल रही थी, ऐसा है कि कोलकाता की जो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है लगातार गिरते जा रही है ऑन द स्केल ऑफ PM 2.5 एंड PM 10 एंड जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हेरिटेज है पूरे वेस्ट बंगाल का सुंदरबन डेल्टा आज एक्सटेंशन के वर्ष पे है. सो इस पे क्या टेक्स्ट है हमारे जी?
So we are in fact planting trees sideways in highways as well, alongside the park and many others. So we are trying our best to tackle this pollution, and of course we request partner to follow the same initiatives to recover its pollution index. So yeah, we are in the progress of these initiatives.
Any follow-up for you, Nitish Kumar, on this, or you have follow-up?
So हमारी सरकार जो है हरियाली मिशन के तहत 1.5% का ग्रीनरी अभी तक बढ़ चुका है बिहार में पिछले 10 सालों में, और हम लगातार तत्पर हैं जलवायु पर परिवर्तन को लेकर.
आप सिर्फ सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, आप जवाब नहीं दे सकते. We're done. You should have.
Okay, fine. Point of information.
Okay. I'll take this one. This will be the last point of information, giving Mamata Banerjee the last speaker. Go ahead.
I would like to ask Nitish Kumar, the CM. I would like to ask Nitish Kumar that we have seen various instances in Bihar wherein complete ponds of water have been encroached. So how you are planning to tackle those? And there was a recent news when overnight all the water of a pond was sucked out, and by the morning there was a flood. So what are the actions taken by you for this?
Mamata Banerjee. You have to answer that question. Oh, sorry, Nitish Kumar. No, actually, no, it's going to be Mamata Banerjee. She was the last speaker. You were supposed to ask the question to Mamata Banerjee, not Nitish Kumar. It was not his moderated copy. It's okay, it happens, it's okay. With this, we revert back to the GSL and we come to an end with the moderated Congress. Any more speakers to add their name to the GSL? Arvind Kejriwal. You can keep it now. Eknath Shinde. Rahul Gandhi. Mehbooba
Bhupendra Patel.
Himanta Biswa Sharma and Mohan Yadav. So the sequence will be followed as we will start again with, we'll revert back to GSL, starting off with Prime Minister Modi's GSL, then Arvind Kejriwal, Eknath Shinde, Rahul Gandhi and Himanta Biswa Sharma. Can you remember that? With this, Prime Minister Modi, yours.
परम पूज्य महात्मा गांधी जी की इस भूमि से आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम. टुडे वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस लाइफ. आप सोच रहे होंगे कि भाई जिंदगी के बारे में क्या ही चर्चा करें, जिंदगी तो 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की बढ़िया चल रही है. लेकिन आज हम जिंदगी की नहीं बल्कि जीवन शैली की बात करेंगे. लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट. At the COP26, I propose the mission life, and it focuses on living sustainably in harmony with nature. For my government, the environment is not just a mere formality. It is an article of faith. Mission Life borrows from the past, operates in the present, and focuses on the future. As the government of the world's largest democracy, we have some moral obligations, and I am the man of my words. We have taken a significant leap forward for the cause of environmental conservation. We have become the first G20 nation to meet its Paris commitment. We have increased our solar power capacity by more than 2,000%, and we have increased the forest cover by more than 12,000 square kilometers, and we have achieved numerous other things by our collective efforts. और साथियों, हम तो हमारे संस्कृति से ही सीखते हैं कि माता भूमि पुत्रों पृथ्वी, that means earth is our mother and we are her children. और मुझे तो ये पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सबके प्रयासों से आज भारत पूरे विश्व का पर्यावरण संरक्षण के मामले में नेतृत्व कर सकता है। इसमें हमें अनेक कठिनाइयों का सामना करना होगा, लेकिन बाधाएं आती है आए, घिरे प्रलय की घोर घटाए, कंठक पथ पर शूल बिछाकर चलना होगा, कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय जूरी मेंबर्स, एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड के सदस्य और माननीय संसद सदस्यगण, मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल भारत की राजधानी दिल्ली का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए आज दिल्ली की समस्याओं का वर्णन करने जा रहा हूँ। दिल्ली में बहती यमुना का पानी अब पीने लायक नहीं बचा है। इसका स्वच्छ पानी के मुकाबले 2 लाख गुना अधिक बैक्टीरिया पाया गया। दिल्ली में सर्दियों में होने वाले प्रदूषण की समस्याओं से तो आप सभी भलीभांति परिचित होंगे। यहाँ की लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी भारत की औसतन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी से 5 वर्ष घट चुकी है। दिल्ली का फॉरेस्ट कवर पूरे क्षेत्रफल का मात्र 13% बचा है, जो कि भारत की नेशनल फॉरेस्ट पॉलिसी 1988 के लक्ष्य से करीब 20% कम है। दिल्ली में आज की तारीख में दूषित ग्राउंड वाटर लोगों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए हानिकारक होता जा रहा है। प्राकृतिक जल स्रोतों पर हो रहे अवैध अतिक्रमण इस समस्या को और बढ़ा रहे हैं। वायु प्रदूषण की समस्या को सुधारने के लिए हमने अपने स्तर पर ऑड इवन फॉर्मूला लागू किए, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बढ़ावा दिया, परंतु इसका सामना करने में हमें पास के राज्य हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश और राजस्थान जैसे की सरकारों व भारत सरकार का सहयोग की आग्रह करता हूँ। मुझे उम्मीद है कि यदि हम सब मिलकर प्रदूषण से लड़ें और पर्यावरण के अनुकूल जीवन शैली अपनाएं तो एक बड़ा बदलाव ला सकते हैं और हम अपनी भावी पीढ़ी के लिए स्वस्थ और स्वच्छ भविष्य सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Yeah, it's a point of order. I would like to raise a moderated caucus of 10 minutes with individual speakers time being 1 minute on the topic budget allocation for environmental goals.
Any other motions on the floor for moderated caucus? Yes. Bhupendra Patel, Bhupendra Yadav. Do you have a motion? Or do you want to vote? What is the motion?
मेरा मोशन है कि वाटर रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट भी जरूरी है, तो मैं 10 मिनट्स का each individual 1 minute एक मॉडरेटेड कॉल देता।
Bhupendra Yadav.
I would like to raise moderated caucus with 10 minutes, each speaker get 1 minute on topic sustainable agriculture. Agriculture.
We will vote on all 3 motions. We begin with the first one, budget allocation for environment. 10 minutes of moderated caucus, each individual speaker time being 1 minute. People in favor of the motion, kindly raise your placards. People in favor of the motion, kindly raise your placards. Budget allocation for environment. Next we have 10 minutes, each individual speaker time being 1 minute on water resource management. People in favor of the motion, kindly raise your placards. The motion was not given to majority. 20 minutes of moderated caucus on sustainable agricultural practices. Each individual speaker time being 1 minute. People in favor of the motion. The motion fails. With maximum majority, we enter into a moderated caucus of 10 minutes with individual speaker time being 1 minute on the topic budget allocation for environment. Mehbooba Mufti, would you like to go first or last?
Yeah, I would like to go first.
Delegates who would like to give their names for the moderated caucus, kindly raise your placards.
Along with it, I want to expand renewable energy infrastructure, and I want the support from central minister for that. Currently, we have solar power plant of 10 megawatt capacity, and we want to expand it to 100 megawatt by 2030. For that, we need 50% capital subsidies for those who want to establish it.
Okay. Point of information for Yuvamanthan. Nirmala Sitharaman, followed by Mamta Banerjee. You have to ask the question.
You can ask for reply.
Okay. So what about the political instability in Kashmir? There is a political stability in the state. Then what is the guarantee of development in that place, even if we allocate budget? It might happen that more even anti-nationalist activities might rise for that.
Your point is very valid, but for that I would like to mention that just when the cover of political instability, you cannot cut the budgets. We need to train our youth. We don't have much of skilled workforce, and we want to get a skilled workforce of 20,000 people by 2027. For that as well, we need budgets, and I'm sure that as we get the more budgets, then we could move towards stability.
You can answer via restricted by Richard, and you can ask via Richard. Next, we'll take MK Staff for the.
तो मैं आप सबके नोटिस में लाना चाहूँगा कि तमिलनाडु का टाटा कंपनी के साथ और काफ़ी सारी अलग प्राइवेट कंपनीज के साथ क्लीन एनर्जी के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा कोलैबोरेशन हुआ है। आपने मेरे को नहीं ममता बनर्जी को Okay, so how do you come up with the number 2500 crores?
Okay, so the number is influenced by the loss we have incurred in the 2014 floods. We had a loss of roughly 5,700 crores, and with that we have estimated the potential need of development and infrastructure. So our economists have calculated and come up with the number. Alright, I would like to mention that this is not for 1 year, this is spanned over 7 years.
Mamta Banerjee, last point of information for Yuvamanthan.
So right now, what percentage of budget is allocated to the environmental policies in Jammu and Kashmir? Is the most important thing? Like you are asking for money budget for environmental policies. Like Jammu and Kashmir has several other difficulties. Is it the most important or the most necessary thing right now?
So what you are saying is the environmental stability is not the most important thing to focus on
for Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, for Jammu and Kashmir.
You can answer via Richard.
Okay.
Next, we have Nirmala.
So as the topic for this moderated congress is on budget allocation for environment, I would like to put forward that environment is given on the 6th priority of under the energy security, where we want to envision an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Also, for mitigating the adversities of climate change, under the 7th priority of infrastructure development in our budget, we have also been developing infrastructure for flood mitigation activities as well. India being the leading GDP, we would like to also bring focus upon the economic growth of the country, and I believe both sustainability and the economic development can go hand in hand.
Point of information for Nirmala Sitharaman.
Himanta Biswa, Rahul Gandhi, that's it.
So, dear Prime Minister, sir, as you proposed this last finance budget, 24-25, addresses some climate concern, but you focus on productivity and resilience in agriculture. But what about the environmental emergency are we facing from Assam to Gujarat and Himachal to Kerala landslide?
So even agriculture helps in prevention of landslide, as it firmly holds the soil, and it also helps in mitigating these gases.
is environment comes sixth and why not above that? Because if we do not have environment, what will we do?
So my sweet reply will be, if we do not have food, how could we protect the environment? So that is also an important aspect. And with many of the United Nations and the developed countries focusing more on climate change, the reason being their development has already been taking place. And India still being a developing country, we can't just limit ourselves with the environment.
Next speaker, Yuvamanthan. Moderated topics.
So I, Mr. Sharma, would like to raise moderated caucus for.
Sir, you have been recognized for the moderated topic speech.
Of budget allocation. Can you just read the post?
So the topic is on budget allocation and environment.
As a team of Assam, I not representing this Assam, and I'm representing your whole northeastern area. The flooding information, solution and migration, current flood management and challenges, our poor danger system for our northern eastern region, inflation, dams and baggages, urbanization, land uses changes, rapid urbanization, deformation, climate changes impact, erosion, weather patterns, indigenous data, fostering technological gaps that I love to mention.
Okay. Any point of information for Mamta Banerjee?
So, Assam still represents the entire northeast area. So, other states like Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, they don't like carrying opinions with respect to us.
I am here and only representing the northeastern. That's why I said I am representing the entire northeastern region, not just Assam, because I am only the representative here from northeast.
You can ask the remaining direction. Nirmala Sitaraman, you have 30 seconds to ask the question.
So I would like to know about the adversity of climate change, how the trend of floods is occurring in Assam or the northeastern through the 10 years.
So the problem with us from China and Bhutan, that China is controlling entire Brahmaputra's river dam. So I also want to ask you, what is the Indian government idea to control that Brahmaputra's forces water? And second thing is controlling gain formation for the project rules and road communication for advance of this, which being forced to us.
You can answer the rest of it and you can answer further questions by chat. Next speaker we have is M.K. Stalin.
Since the topic of this moderate caucus is the budget allocation to each state for environment, so I would like to bring in notice that the budget allocation should be based on the equity of each state. Like the states with more forest cover and more environmental related problems, like Tamil Nadu, which has coastal region and has a major problem of coastal erosion, should receive more funds. And the states like Madhya Pradesh, which have larger forest cover, should receive also more funds compared to the states like Rajasthan, where relative forest cover is less and environmental challenges are less.
Any point of information for MP Stalin?
Nitish Kumar, that's the only point of information I think.
जैसा कि बोल रहे थे हमारे M.K. स्टालिन जी की तमिलनाडु और मध्य प्रदेश को चाहिए. I would like to say that 70% of Bihar is being flooded every year by Kosi River. और I think कि और हर साल हम नेपाल से, वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट से से बात करते हैं इसके लिए, बट सेंट्रल का लैक ऑफ सपोर्ट के चलते आज तक उस पर कुछ भी नहीं हो पाया। तो आई थिंक मोर बजट शुड बी गिवन टू बिहार ऑल्सो।
मैंने ऐसा बोला था कि MP और तमिलनाडु जैसे राज्य जिनमें ज़्यादा फॉरेस्ट कवर है और ज़्यादा इस प्रकार की आपदाएं आती रहती है, उनको ज़्यादा फंड देना चाहिए। तो मैंने बिहार को नेगलेक्ट नहीं किया था, मैंने सिर्फ एग्जाम्पल दिया था तमिलनाडु में। और जहाँ तक बात है इस बात की कि बिहार के साथ कभी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने सपोर्ट नहीं किया, तो ऐसा नहीं है। बिहार के साथ हर साल सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट काफ़ी फंड एलोकेट करता है।
Next speaker, we have Yuvamanthan Yadav. We have another 2 minutes to end the moderated caucus. Kindly keep your speeches and questions prepared.
Ministry of Environment get 0.007% of budget allocation in Jilla, financial year 2023-24, and it's turned out to be 3,300 crore. And most of the budget allocation is depending upon the forest and ecology, which is being derived through financial finance commission. It is around 10%. And first criteria is given to the population as well as forest cover in other states. So it is not only dependent upon the ecological imbalance or ecological problem we are facing, it is also dependent upon the performance index has been, the performances has been done by the states while calculating indexes by Niti Aayog such as Sustainable Development India Index and Energy Index. If you are performing good in those index, you will get majority of funds.
One point of information for Yuvamanthan Yadav. Anybody would like to raise one point of information? Anyone else? Mamta Banerjee, 30 seconds for your question.
Maharashtra is in number 15 with respect to forest cover. What's your point of view among the other states? It's at number 15.
We all know that Maharashtra is an industrial region and it has developed tremendously after 1960, after its development. So forest cover and forest is a part of state subject rather than a state subject. It is a part of state duty to take care of their environmental factors as well as their industrial evolution.
No follow-ups, please. Ask by Next we have Nitish Kumar. Moderated caucus.
I, Nitish Kumar, would like to raise a motion.
Sir, your speech for moderated caucus.
My concern is regarding the flood management policy in India. So from 2013 we have yet to change the flood policy of India, and 12% of India's land is prone to flooding, and 70% of the population of Bihar is living under the threat of flood. As I come from Bihar, a huge dent of economy is always made to Bihar due to the flood occurred by Kosi River, and lack of support from the central government has further enhanced this problem.
Any point of information for Nitish Kumar? I only take one. Narendra Modi. 30 seconds for a question.
You are the Chief Minister of Bihar for the last 3 to 4 terms. What you have done to control the flooding?
हमने अपने राज्य के स्तर पे जितना भी बांध बनाने का काम है, जो भी वो हमने किया है, बट वो कोसी रिवर के बाढ़ का मुख्य कारण नेपाल से फ्लो करने वाले डैम के पानी है, जिसके लिए हमें सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का इंटरवेंशन चाहिए, और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हमेशा ही उदासीन रहा है इस मामले में। और फरक्का बराज की बनाने की मांग भी हमारी बहुत 15 साल पुरानी है, जो कि आज तक पूरी नहीं की गई।
Any follow-up on that? You last question. Last speaker of the moderated caucus, Mamta Banerjee. After that, we revert to the GSM and then we'll go for the discussion.
So out of the budget provided for environmental policies, West Bengal would dedicate for pollution control, that is air, water and land, 30%, climate change adaptation and mitigation, 20%, conservation of biodiversity, 15%, waste management, 15%, sustainable agriculture and water resources, 10%, public awareness programs, 5%, disaster management and preparedness, 5%, research development and innovation, 5%. We would like central government's help in this regard as well. Thank you.
Any point of information for Mamta Banerjee? Any point of information for Mamta Banerjee? You will be the only point of information for her.
So, Mamta Banerjee, how did you come up with the numbers? What percentage of fund you need for this help? Can you provide some facts which relate to the numbers you have provided?
With research, we have done surveys in every district with our officers going over there, and this data has been collected through surveys. Thank you.
Okay. With this, we revert back to the GSL. Next speaker on the GSL is Arvind Kejriwal. No, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. We all are the stakeholders of the company called nature, and today the company is getting affected by its stakeholders. We, the responsible citizens of India, unitedly stand today to make the decisions for the sustainability of this company. There are many initiatives taken by the government of Maharashtra on the environment and climate change. One of them is Maji Vasundhara, which includes 5 elements of nature, which means Pancham Bhuta in Sanskrit, which includes Bhumi, which means earth, Jal, which means water, Vayu, which means air, Agni means energy, and Akash means enchantment. The aim of this initiative is to make the citizens aware the impact of climate change and the environmental issues, and to encourage them to make a conscious effort towards improvement of the environment. It also aims to ensure sustainable development of Maharashtra and to make strong climate action at state level. With that, I conclude my speech. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Chair for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Gandhinagar.
Respected Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's an honor to stand before you today to discuss an issue that is not only close to my heart, but critical for the future of humanity, our environment. The Congress government in its previous tenure had many environmental policies like the National Action Plan on Climate in 2008, setting targets for solar and other sustainable initiatives. By 2014, solar capacity had reached 4 gigawatt, laying the groundwork for future expansion. The Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission was launched in 2010, and by the time we left the office in 2014, India had already installed over 6 gigawatt of solar power capacity, significantly considering India's previous minimal solar capacity. We increased the forest cover by 6,000 square kilometers before our tenure finished. Under our government, Forest Conservation Act was implemented more stringently, leading to 1,500 forest clearance proposals being rejected from 2004 to 2013. We were a major participant in clean development mechanism. By 2013, India had registered over 1,600 CDM projects, which collectively reduced 55 million tons of carbon emissions annually. This was one of the largest numbers of CDM projects globally. Our party's legacy on environmental protection is marked by several key achievements, including the expansion of renewable energy, afforestation, the establishment of National Green Tribunal, and implementation of strong environmental legislation. These policies had the groundwork for India's subsequent environmental progress and continue to influence current efforts towards sustainable development.
Next speaker we have is Yuvamanthan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Namaskaram to all members of colleague and CM as representative of states. I am Yuvamanthan from the Assam, but not Assam. I am representing here the entire 7th sister of our northeastern region, subcontinent Assam, including Sikkim, consists of the whole land mass of the northeastern India, the green belt of India, so called land of forest and tribals with rich natural resources with the holy rivers like Brahmaputra, but somehow it's become disaster in a rainy season cause of some failed policy designed by previous governments. So I would request to all my colleagues and our honorable Prime Minister and honorable Finance Minister to come together and for the northeast, not just Assam, to save our soil, earth, as our PM said, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम. It's not about just trade, it's about to save our environment, earth, soil, to protect our deforestation, mining and coal, like which impact our entire environmental system. Thank you. धन्यवाद.
Last speaker for the GSL today is Sonia.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय प्रतिनिधि, सम्मानित सहकर्मी और विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं अपने वक्तव्य की शुरुआत बहुत ही सुंदर मध्य प्रदेश की प्रस्तुत पंक्तियों से करना चाहूँगा कि उर्वर भूमि सघन वन, रत्न संपदा जहाँ अशेष है, माँ की गोद पिता का आश्रय मेरा मध्य प्रदेश है। सौरभ उष्मा से मंडित मेरा मध्य प्रदेश है, इधर देश का यह मैं इसका मेरा मध्य प्रदेश है। खूबसूरत राज्य मध्य प्रदेश के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में पर्यावरण संरक्षण, जलवायु परिवर्तन जैसे गंभीर मुद्दे को संबोधित करने के लिए मैं उपस्थित हूँ, जो हम सभी को प्रभावित करता है। सबसे पहले मैं जलवायु परिवर्तन और पर्यावरण संरक्षण से संबंधित कुछ मुद्दों के समाधान में हमारी सरकार के प्रयासों की सराहना करना चाहता हूँ। पर्यावरण संरक्षण न केवल आज की जरूरत है, बल्कि यह हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक नैतिक जिम्मेदारी भी है। हमारी सरकार ने पर्यावरण संरक्षण के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए। ये कदम न केवल पर्यावरण को संरक्षित करने के लिए है, बल्कि स्थिरता और सतत विकास को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। हमारी मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने व्यापक स्तर पर वृक्षारोपण कार्यक्रम चलाए। अंकुर अभियान के तहत लोगों को पौधे लगाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया गया, जिसमें हर साल लाखों पौधे लगाए जाते हैं। हमारी सरकार ने उद्योगों और फैक्ट्रियों पर कड़े पर्यावरणीय मानकों को लागू किया। प्रदूषण नियंत्रण बोर्ड नियमित रूप से उद्योगों की जांच करता है और एनजीटी के निर्देशों का पालन करवाता है। शहरों में बढ़ते प्रदूषण को नियंत्रित करने के लिए वायु गुणवत्ता मॉनिटरिंग स्टेशनों की स्थापना की गई। भोपाल, इंदौर और जबलपुर जैसे बड़े शहरों में वायु प्रदूषण की निगरानी की जाती है। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक पर प्रतिबंध लगाने के लिए हमारी सरकार ने ठोस कदम उठाए। सरकार लोगों को प्लास्टिक का उपयोग कम करने और वैकल्पिक साधनों का उपयोग करने के लिए जागरूक कर रही है।
With this, we come to an end for the general speakers list. Now we would like to step into an unmoderated caucus of 10 minutes. You get the time to discuss your bills that you have drafted. I would like to give you an information about the bill because we have short on time, so we'll directly go to the bill discussion. Three primary signatories, three primary signatories, 5 co-signatories on the bill. Only 2 people will come to the dais and explain the bill. The format will be given to you. And you can add the points I mentioned so we can have an information on the bill. You can get a copy of the unmoderated. We are suspending the chits during the unmoderated caucus.
Very well point taken. For that we have also introduced the interconnection of rivers, so that हम properly उसको allocate कर पाए, water को channelize कर पाए.
Next clause on this. Incentives for free public transport. Any? Yeah. Would you like to explain on it?
Incentives for currently we are going with FAME 2.0 and we want to relaunch it again with FAME 3.0. Anyone has
Any point of information on that? Rahul Gandhi, the only point of information. 45 seconds.
What would be the major difference in FAME 2.0 and FAME 3.0?
We will boost our manufacturing in this case. Right now, currently we don't have that kind of manufacturing. We will incentivize those industries which are working on that part through subsidies and tax credits.
Okay. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of the bill. I would request all of you to take your seats back so we can have a voting. So we have people from the press here. They would ask questions to both, I think, AIPPM and COM people. Would you? Okay, so we have only questions for AIPPM. Kindly answer them short and precise so we can go to the voting and for the proceedings of the committee.
Earlier on, Mamata Banerjee had mentioned something about how there is extensive damage done to Sundarban Delta, and the solution that the government has been doing so far on it is planting trees on roadways and parks. I do not think that's something sufficient to undergo the damage that's been done. So what extra efforts is the government, state government taking?
What is the question? The main question.
He's asking what was your question, like what
I
did
can
you...
get statements.
So we were talking about the damage that's happening, and you can see an extensive deterioration in the Sundarban deltas. And your solution and whatever work that you have been doing so far talked about how you have been planting trees on the highways and parks. But I don't understand how this is enough to mitigate any of the damages that have already happened. What else is the government doing, state government doing to compensate?
The state government is in process of these predictive measures and wants to collab with the central government. So, we have to start with something. So in Salt Lake City and other places, it has been quite planned, and there are parks everywhere. It's a quite planned thing. And we are implementing trees and others. That's the first step we are taking, and many more steps in the future.
Sure.
Next question.
Can I answer that?
So this question is for Naveen Patnaik. Because of storms that are happening, baboon trees are constantly getting uprooted in Orissa, which is home to many of the turtles that migrate and lay their eggs. Because of this, the population of turtles is rapidly decreasing in the country, but immediately in Orissa. So is there something that the government is doing to take care of this issue?
तो जो कछुए की प्रजातियां हैं वो डिजॉल्व हो रही है, ये आपका क्वेश्चन? जी हाँ, जी। तो हम इसको सुरक्षित करने की चेष्टा कर रहे हैं। ये क्लाइमेट चेंज का भी प्रभाव है, और जो समुद्री इलाके में जो पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है उसका भी प्रभाव इसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। तो हम पॉल्यूशन एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर काम ही कर रहे हैं कि डिफॉरेस्टेशन जो हो रहा है, एंड एक ये चीज़ भी है कि जो साइक्लोन आ रहा है उससे भी टर्टल्स काफ़ी प्रभावित हो रहे हैं। तो हम नेचुरल डिजास्टर को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं।
जी, बट आई थिंक डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में थोड़ी और कुछ काम हैंडल की जा सकती है ताकि इसमें देखा जाए। एंड आई थिंक प्लांट्स ट्रीज वगैरह प्लांट करके उसके
सही बात है, तो हम इस पे काम करने की चेष्टा करेंगे।
Do you have any other questions for anyone? I'm saying, do you have any other questions for the other delegates, or you can move on? So with this, we step to the part of voting on the bill that was proposed by everybody. So people in favor of the bill, can you please raise your cards? Yeah. Cross by, we're not doing cross by cross. Thank you. People in favor of the bill. So, with full majority, I don't think so we need to take a opposition. The committee passes the bill. The committee resolution passes. So, thank you so much, everybody. With this, we officially come to an end of All India Political Parties meet. Thank you so much for joining in. Great topic, great resolution, and I'm happy that the committee was successful by passing the bill. We might have something. Yash? We have something.
Okay, till the time we decide on the winner, we can have anonymous chits. COP29 people, media people, also everyone could send in their chits anonymously. They don't have to write their name or any details, and could write their feedback or their opinions.
Whatever they want to say.
Whatever they want to say.
It
Right?
could be anything, okay?
But let's do it in next 2 minutes. Everyone can send in their chits.
What we can do is, you can keep your chit collectively, we'll pick it up and we'll read.
Obviously, we'll be reading them in front of everyone.
But
Nobody would get to know it.
so yeah.
In the chit, we need to recognize ourselves.
No. That's
Whatever you feel like writing, you can even write that Rahul Gandhi or speech was interesting, or Modi or speech was interesting, whatever you feel like.
You can write whatever you want to. We'll be reading it after the closing session. Hold it.
I think Bart can collect the anonymous chits, we'll not collect.
No, just write COP29. Yes.
Even the jury members can write chits, anonymous chits if you feel like. It's open to all. And don't give it to us, give it to Bart.
Let's make it quick, please. COP se to aaye hi nahi.
Thank you so much for
What's up?
your patience. We wanted to wind up the event around 1:45. We are just 5 minutes late. We tried our level best to put it upon time. So thank you for your cooperation. Now, I think
Everyone has sent their chits? Everyone?
in the COP29, you can write.
Yeah.
It's not like a feedback form. So, we all assume that we have been posting this. As you might know, we had very best time in our hands. And fortunately, I believe that we pulled it off in a better way than we anticipated or we were concerned of. So it was only possible because of your full cooperation. We know that till last day, you were here till late night, preparing for your GSLs and moderated caucus and unmoderated caucus. We were also in the few days running behind this. So it's nice to see that it ends in a good note. We also wish to continue such events in future, regular sessions in the form of model United Nations or parliamentary debate with parliament style. So as you all might know, AMAN is the Society for Debate Club. So you can also involve and indulge in future events which AMAN does. Okay, now then it's...
Everyone can come closer because it's just the closing ceremony, and I would request the participants to stay back after the closing ceremony because we have to read the chit system, right?
Depth. Do it so that it creates the real impact that you want to create. So my hope is always not to go for these big things, go for small things that have meaning. That's much, much more enriching. Second, like in everything, actually we're time except when we want to. That's even worse. That means I can behave properly in certain situations, but I'll be ill-behaved in other situations. That's not good. Gandhiji, number one on time. Never late. Don't be late in life. Keep time. If other people are late, let them be late, and you will never be late. I have never been late in my life. Ever. Doesn't matter if it was meeting Dalai Lama, or if I was meeting a student, or if I was meeting anybody. It doesn't matter. Time is time. Respect is respect. These are basic things everyone should get in their mind. Again, very happy that there's deep interest in these world issues. They're critical. We must think about these things. We must debate these things. We cannot be afraid of hurting people's feelings if they disagree with us. We have to embrace disagreement. We cannot hate each other for having different viewpoints. We're all brothers and sisters. In the end of the day, we all have to live with each other. So what are you going to do? If it's really Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, then you have to be brothers and sisters. And yeah, I fight with my sisters all the time, but I love them. And a minute after the fight is done, we're happy, and we work it out. Same thing with the whole world family. If we really believe in that saying, then we have to love every single person in our family. There is no place for hate in any world. Other thing I was very impressed, I saw a lot of deep research going into these discussions. That's excellent. One cannot have a good debate unless one is knowledgeable about the subject. So thank you for taking time to research these things. You have a group, I'm learning, that does debates. I haven't seen any mail about that. I've only been here 1 month, so I don't know. And maybe email faculty also? Why not? There may be faculty who are interested in coming, like me. I love debates. I was a debate champion in my high school. Not that I was like, something special, but because I loved it. I wanted, when you're debating something, the idea should not be that I'm going to prove my point. That's a weak position to start a debate. The position should be, I want to refine my point. And if so, I might have to change my viewpoint. That's the best thing. We have to change our viewpoints by listening to others, or refine, whatever you want to call it. But you have to be open to change. You cannot just think, I'm right all the time and this is it, this guy's wrong. That's not what real debate is about. Real debate is about testing your ideas and making sure that they align with what you're thinking, or maybe that I need to modify something. So having regular debates on campus would be great. What if every fortnight we had a debate in Panchayat circle? You pick a topic, anybody can come, one person moderates. You want me to be a moderator? No problem. Yeah. So that developing that culture of open dialogue. Other point, I've seen Model UN in the US, different places. I never went, I never participated. I saw it like on TVs and that kind of thing. It's good, you learn what these people are doing. But generally we try to take, not to use the pun again, we take the model from the West and we just cut paste into here. We are not the West. You can cut paste some basic ideas, but you have to reformulate for Indian ideas, Indian ways. So think about that when we want to do all sorts of different things that we pick up at the university. This is true across the board. Everything we do, it's like always a cut-paste job. Why not just think of Indian solutions for Indian problems? Why not look back at our history, how we used to deal with problems? Panchayat system is one thing that we did. Very good. So this whole idea of always wanting to copy the thing, I understand we want to be part of a global dialogue, that's fine. But never forget that our issues and our problems are unique to us, really, and unique to our culture. probably the heart of that culture is diversity. There is not one India, there are thousands of Indias, but together they make one India. So we have to respect that, and we have been, our whole history has been about that, respecting that diversity. Let us not forget that as we move into this next century or whatever time we have. So, to wrap up, thank you all for your dedication. I commend you for the efforts you put. We really enjoyed some of it, but some of it was a little bit confusing, but that's okay. Do this again. Keep debates going. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Yash, Abhishek, and Yuvamanthan to give members to the jury members given their time, energy, and effort to our talk.
You don't
And
need
then
anything.
if you would like to add something.
Yes. Please, please, please do.
So I have like 3 minutes. So like it's very heartening to see like the youngsters like you kind of thinking about this very important problem like climate change, sustainable solutions. And I'm very hopeful about the future of India. Since this type of discourses on the debates are happening, so I see a lot of positive changes. I expect a lot of positive changes that will come in this direction. So yeah, all the best and thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. For being here. It was quite an interesting session for me as an engineer, particularly as a civil engineer. So in civil engineering, there is a thing called go to part 2. So you start from the big picture first, and then you come down to the nitty-gritties of it. I think this is what we did today. So firstly, we had something at the United Nations level, and then we brought it down to the state level. From the bigger states to the smaller states, and so we got the bird's eye view, we got the ant's eye view, and that part is very important. We always need to keep that in mind. As engineer, at times I feel that engineers are in a way they have been around, or rather they have been behind much of the problems we are talking about today. So if we are talking about global warming, it was not possible if engineers were not there, right? So I don't know how the engineering solutions are going to solve the problems which have been created because engineers were involved. Here, if we have to look for solutions, we have to go for, Gandhiji was mentioned a couple of times. And again, we have to go back to there is enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. Okay? I'm not sure if that particular point could come out very clearly. Neither I could see in any of the equitable distribution. So when we are talking about the environment, the carbon generation, we are always talking about big ticket items like nuclear power plants. I am one of the persons who pushes these ideas, but then I look at from multiple perspectives. We talk about big things, for example, the solar energy. Then each one of them have their own advantages, their own limitations. We don't talk about the 80 crore people in India, for example, who the government of India thinks they must get 5 kg ration per month to survive. How are they going to get the fruits from what we are doing? Once we start thinking on those lines, probably there will be a little retailoring of all our thought process. And all that happens when you keep on thinking on these items sustainably. Not one day event, not for a CV point, not for a set. And he mentioned about, he says that he was into debating. I was not really into debating. We were, all flying away from that mindset. So one thing is that at the small level, okay, so at the hostel level, we need to be conducting such things. Everybody needs to be given an opportunity. So we should have many moderators who can conduct things at the hostel level. We need to keep things simple. So if a seasoned debater has to think about, okay, what is the next step? This means that we are doing something which needs to be reviewed. Okay? So at the hostel level, this needs to be done. The other thing is that we need to have some sort of reading culture again at the hostel level. Do we have newspapers in the hostel? What is the visibility of one average person to the exposure of the newspaper, the news of the day, for an average student who just negligible, right? We need to think something within the means available. Possibly we can make use of hack. If necessary, we can seek reasonable approval for that as well. On visible points, not one, maybe 2-3 magazines, 2-3 newspapers, something needs to be around. So that people just turn the pages, maybe not mess. People turn the pages as they walk towards the mess of it when they get out of it. So that will improve our knowledge base and the ability to think about these issues in the longer run, and possibly will make us sharper. And I recently had another opportunity to be a part of the debating competition conducted by the Yuvamanthan. And I believe that here I see a more refined, probably here practice was a little more, and research and practice was a little more. And these things evolve with time. Will all be helpful whichever way you look at it, whether you look at it from the ceiling point, you will do better in the job interviews and so on and so forth. And then again, once you know more, your thought process overall will tell you that what path you need to take. We are always confused about it. What should we be doing? Like I said about my confusion, we have been people responsible for what we are trying to find the solutions for. Okay. Now again, we are trying to create solutions. We have to see that how we can. Anyway, so thank you for the opportunity and congratulations to all those who participated.
Before we jump to the winners, I request all of you to take the mentors to the executive.
Whenever it comes to me, I try to cut down on the windows for the judges.
So for the COP29 debate, special mention for Bhutan. Poland first, that's okay. For COP29, high commendation given to South Africa. And two cups. Winner's cup and coffee cup. And best delegate goes to France. Okay, AIWBM. Special mention, Stalin. Then, yeah, come on.
We will have special certificate.
Yeah, special certificate for special mention. High commendation, Mehbooba. And best delegate, Mamta.
So we have t-shirts and pizzas outside. Thank you so much for coming and participating.
We also have time for the reading the chips. What do you want to do first?
Reading the chips.
We first have to switch off the light recording, then we'll begin the chips. Light at once.
Okay, actually, I have a lot of time. So I know that you all are really starving, so I don't want to take much time for you. Just for the official ending of the event, I would like to say the vote of thanks. Firstly, our honorable judges here. They took their valuable time and they skipped their classes and stood here from 9 to 2. Like it's, we know that's a big sacrifice. And moreover, it's a, like they said, it's a bit overwhelming, complicated process to digest, and they cooperated with us very well. I hope they had a good experience, and you all had a good experience as well. As I said, we did not get much enough time to prepare, since it was a ministry mandated event, and we were expecting a minister as a guest.